Good morning. It's 8:37 and we will commence with our meeting. So good morning to everyone. This is the August 8th, 2024 Land Use Commission meeting. It's being an in-person meeting, which is physically being held at the Airport Conference Center in the Hawaiian Airlines Terminal Building at 400 Rogers Boulevard, 7th floor, room 3 in Honolulu. This meeting is open to the public. Court reporting transcriptions are being done from the Zoom recording of this meeting. For all meeting participants, I'd like to stress the importance of speaking slowly, clearly, and directly into your microphone. And each time before you speak, please restate your name and affiliation to identify yourself for the record. Now, even though this is an in-person meeting, please be aware that all participants are being recorded on the digital record of this Zoom meeting, and it will be posted to YouTube. And it will be used for court reporting purposes. So your continued participation is your implied consent to be part of the public record of this event. If you do not wish to be part of the public record, you should exit the meeting now. So my name is Dan Giovanni, and I have the pleasure to serve as LUC Chair. And we currently have 9 seated commissioners. Along with me today, the following commissioners are in attendance. Commissioner Kamakea Ohelo, Commissioner Melka Hele, Commissioner Brian Lee are here from Oʻahu. Commissioner Bruce U'u is here from Maui. Commissioners Nancy Carr-Smith and Commissioner Miles Miyasoto are here from Hawaii Island. 2 commissioners are excused today. Michael Yamane is excused. He's out of the state. And Mr. Ken Hayashida has recused himself from today's meeting on the basis that he was on the City and County of Honolulu Planning Commission when the matter was at the county level. So also in attendance are LUC Executive Officer Daniel Orendenker, LUC Chief Planner Scott Derrickson, LUC Staff Planner Martina Segura, LUC Chief Clerk Ariana Kwan, and to my right, LUC Attorney General Melissa Goldman. Again, court reporting transcriptions are being done from this Zoom meeting. Our first order of business today is the adoption of minutes of the July 23 to 24, 2024 minutes. So Ms. Kwan, has there been any written testimony submitted on the July 23, 24 minutes?
No, Mr. Chair.
Are there any members of the public who've signed up to testify on the minutes?
Not on the minutes, Chair.
Thank you. Commissioners, are there any corrections or comments on the minutes? So the chair would like to make a comment. So the business that was at hand was a training session, a 2-day training session for the commission. I want to commend the LUC staff and thank them for their efforts to put on that training. It was very well received by a number of people, including fellow commissioners who've commented to me how well it went and how important it was. So thank you for that. And for commissioners and others in the public, you can view a video recording of those training sessions on YouTube. And if you have any questions about that, you can contact our staff. Also, we received training in a prior meeting from the Commission of Water Resource Management, which was very well received by the commission. And we've had an offer, and we welcome the offer from the Office of Planning and Sustainable Development for a similar training session. And we encourage staff and to schedule that as soon as possible. So thank you for that offer. Commissioners, anybody else want to comment on the training before I ask for a move to adopt the minutes? Seeing none, do I have a motion to adopt the minutes for July 23, 24, 2004?
So moved, Chair.
So moved by Commissioner Carr-Smith. Do I have a second?
Second.
So seconded by Commissioner Lee. All in favor, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Is anyone opposed? Okay, the minutes are adopted. Thank you. The next agenda item is the tentative meeting schedule. So, Mr. Orendenker,
Thank you, Mr. Chair. On August 21st, we will be at the Philcom for the Makakilo Quarry matter. On August 22nd, we will be holding a virtual meeting for the adoption of the order in this matter, if necessary. On September 4th, we will also be having a Zoom meeting, a virtual meeting to adopt the order for Makakilo Quarry if we reach that point. On September 11th through 13th, we will be on the Big Island at the Westin Hapuna Resort for the HCPO conference. Currently, September 25th and 26th are open. October 9th and 10th. On October 9th, we have tentatively scheduled the RK2 Partners a declaratory ruling matter. And October 10th is being looked at for OPSD's presentation, if that's possible. October 23rd, we'll be hearing the Mahi, and 24th, we'll be hearing the Mahi Solar location to be announced. On November 6th, we will be on Maui for the A and B properties motion. And on the 7th, we will also be on Maui for the Emmanuel Lutheran status report. November 20th and 21st are currently open, and that takes us through the end of the year.
thank you. Commissioners, any questions on the tentative schedule?
Chair,
Sure. Commissioner Carson is.
I don't want to disrupt the schedule. I'm not available on October 10th. If that's an in-person OPSD, suppose I can always watch it after.
Thank you. We can arrange to have a virtual meeting on that date if that's beneficial.
Can you accommodate a virtual?
I could, yes,
Oh,
I
great.
could zoom in. Thanks.
That would be the potential date for a training session with OPSD. Yeah, virtual would work for that. I make that offer to all commissioners if they want to participate that day by virtual. That's fine, including myself. Okay, Commissioner Lee.
Chair, can I suggest we defer agenda item number 4 till after, because we have all these high-priced attorneys here, and probably best to conserve their resources if possible.
I will accept your suggestion, Commissioner Lee. I do consider the 4th agenda item to be an important agenda item and deserving of our full attention of all commissioners that are here today. But I will elect to reverse the order since we're all poised to go forward on agenda item 5, which is SP 09403, Department of Environmental Services, Waimānalo Gulch Sanitary Landfill. Any further comment on that? Okay, we'll move forward. This is an application to modify condition number 1 of the Planning Commission's finding of fact, conclusions of law, and decision and order dated June 10th, 2019. And condition number 5 of the LUC's finding of fact, conclusions of law, and decision and order approving the modifications the City and County of Honolulu Planning Commission recommendation to approve special permit certified on November 1st, 2019. At this time, I'd like the parties to identify themselves. State your name and affiliations, please, starting with the petitioner.
This is Deputy Corporation Counsel Jeffrey Hu, and with me, Deputy Corporation Counsel Camila Chan. We're on behalf of the petitioner, who is City and County of Honolulu's Department of Environmental Services, which we might refer to as E&V. And with us in the audience is E&V Director, Dr. Roger Babcock. Thank you. Good morning.
Thank
Good
you.
morning. Aloha mai kako, Brad Saito, Deputy Corporation Counsel, here for the Department of Planning and Permitting.
Thank you.
Good morning, Allison Cato, Deputy Attorney General for the Office of Planning and Sustainable Development. Also here is Katia Balaciano from OPSD. Thank you.
Good morning, Joyce Tam Sugiyama on behalf of Intervenor Schnitzer Steel Hawaii Corp. And with me are Ian Sanderson and Rihui Yuan.
I'm sorry, could you say that a little slower, please?
Joyce Tam Sugiyama on behalf of Schnitzer Steel Hawaii Corp. And with me are Ian Sanderson and Rihui Yuan.
Thank you.
When you speak, please go closer into the microphone so the transcription can hear you clearly.
You want to do it a third time? Okay.
Morning, Chair, Commissioners, medium priced attorneys.
Is your button pushed?
Try that again. Is that better?
See, I know you're
Alright.
trying to save us money, but that's okay.
I was. We'll try this a second time.
Okay.
Good morning, Chair, Commissioners, medium priced attorneys, Cal Trip Chase, Chris Gooden, and Kathy Bruce for Ko'olina Community Association and Senator Miley Shimabukuro.
Thank you so much. Okay. Thank you so much. So I'd now like to go over the reimbursement policy. So good morning, Mr. Hu. This is primarily directed to you since you are the petitioner. Have you reviewed HR 15-15-45.1 regarding the reimbursement of hearing expenses?
I think that's one Ariana sent. Okay, yes, I did.
Very good. Can you state your client's position with respect to this policy?
We've agreed to pay for the hearing expenses, including this conference room.
Yeah, so you're aware the county is responsible for the expenses, reimbursement.
Yes.
Thank you very much. At this time, I'd like to address potential disclosures and conflicts of interest. So in accordance with HRS 84-14, commissioners are not allowed to take any official action affecting a business in which they or a member of their family has a financial interest. They must therefore recuse themselves from this matter if there's any benefit, monetary or otherwise, to themselves or members of their family. Also, in accordance with legal ethical standards, commissioners should disclose any relationship, business, social, or otherwise, that they may have with the petitioner or its representatives or any other parties to this proceeding that may give rise to an allegation of bias or impropriety. Do any of the commissioners have any conflicts of interest or disclosures to make at this time? I will note for the record, as I said, Commissioner Hayashida has recused himself because he felt it would be a conflict of interest, and that's why he's not here today. So I repeat, do any commissioners have any conflicts of interest or wish to disclose at this time? Seeing none, we'll proceed. Let me briefly explain the procedure for today. First, I will recognize written public testimony that has been submitted in this matter, identifying the person or organization who has submitted such testimony. Next, I will call for members of the public who wish to testify on SP 09-403 Waimānalo Gulch. This is a motion to amend conditions for an extension of time. After completion of the public testimony portion of the proceedings, the chair would like the petitioner to make their presentation. After the completion of the petitioner's presentation, we'll receive any public comments from the City and County Department of Planning and Permitting, the State Office of Planning and Sustainable Development. The commissioners will ask questions of the parties at the conclusion of each of their presentations. At the conclusion of the parties' testimony and commissioners' questions, the public will be granted a second opportunity to provide public testimony in the same manner as set forth previously. Parties will be given an opportunity for closing arguments, and after that, the commission will conduct its deliberations. 1 second. Yeah, so I want to, one modification to what I just said. So after we hear from the Office of Planning and Sustainable Development, we will welcome the interveners to come forth and provide testimony as well. I'd also like everyone to note that from time to time, I will be calling for short breaks. Typically every hour we'll take a break of approximately 5 to 10 minutes. And depending on how we go, we'll also be scheduling a longer break for a lunch break. Say again. On advice of the executive officer, I would like to reorder the presentations and ask the interveners to be prepared to provide testimony prior to hearing from the county and OPSD. Okay. Any of the parties have any questions on the procedure? Petitioner, please state your name and every time.
Jeffrey Hu, no chair. Thank you.
Brad Saito, no questions. Thank you.
Allison Kato, no questions. Thank you.
Thank you.
Joyce Tam Sugiyama, no questions.
Thank you.
Caltrip Chase, none, Chair.
Thank you. At this time, I'd like to call on the chief clerk to introduce the record. Ariana, please proceed.
Please be informed that the relevant records and documents pertaining to this matter can be addressed or accessed for review on the LUC website at https://luc.hawaii.gov/SP09403. It was recently brought to the attention of the Land Use Commission staff that the record transmitted from the City and County of Honolulu Planning Commission had inconsistencies involving the Ko'olina Community Association and Maile Shimabukuro's exhibits. The exhibit list was provided, but they did not indicate the actual exhibits that were located at the ends of the exhibit list in a Dropbox link. Various exhibits were filed with our office on August 6th, Tuesday, and they have been posted to our website for review if anyone needs to review exhibits K1 through K475.
Thank you, Ms. Kwan. So once again, I want to ask the parties if they have any questions regarding what you just heard from Ms. Kwan. So Mr. Hu?
Jeffrey Hu, no questions. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you.
Brad Saito, no questions from the department. We also have no objections to proceeding today, given the disclosure. Thank you.
Thank you.
Allison Kato, no questions or objections. Thank you.
Thank you.
Joyce Tam Sugiyama, no questions or objections.
Thank you.
Caltrip Chase, no questions or objections.
Thank you. Ms. Kwan, are there any members of the public who wish to provide testimony on this agenda item?
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Would you please tell me who the first and have them enter into the testimony microphone?
The first member of the public is Ed Werner.
Welcome, Mr. Werner. Would you please state your name and affiliation, and then I'll swear you in.
Yeah, my name is Ed Pohole Hanapi Warner. I want to thank the,
1 second. So what is your address?
89470 Farrington Highway.
And do you swear your testimony today will be the truth?
Oh, yes.
Very good. So please proceed. You have 2 minutes.
Yes, I want to thank Chair, Vice Chair, the committee, the opportunity to come here and testify on the behalf of my ohana. Just a little bit on a back end. My family came into Nanakuli in 1928. I've been there for 60 plus years, my whole life. Born and raised in Grandma's house on Farrington Highway. I live on Farrington Highway. In fact, almost my entire family live in Nanakuli, and we all live on a homestead. I'm here to, I live dead center. On both sides of me is 2 landfills. 85 or 87 since the landfill. My dad had a property, Mohihi Street, where the PVT landfill. So our backyard was PVT's front yard. Since the day they came into in Nanakuli. So Waimānalo landfill. My uncle lived at first house right next to Waimānalo before the landfill even was there. Right, we raised rabbits. We had like 500 rabbits. My dad had pigs and goats and whatever. So we lived. My uncle lived there. My mom's brother lived on Kolina. We had a house there, and he was the caretaker. Richard Ivalani. This was back in the 50s or 60s. If you guys come into Nanakuli, I did a mural out in Nanakuli. Has all our people on that wall. So if you guys ever get a chance, drive through Nanakuli and see, all our legends on the wall. It was something that felt on my heart that we needed to get out there. I love Nanakuli, born and raised there. So, I disagree with the landfills being there, but if we close Waimānalo, it leaves us with 1 landfill. I get almost 600 trucks past my home, my grandma's home, my cousins. In fact, my entire cousins live all on the highway, even on my wife's side. Like I said, we've been there. My tutu came into Nanakuli from 1928. I can pretty much see if anybody even was around that lived in Nanakuli in 2 years. Who lived in Nanakuli over here? Right? They used to thought that we was deaf and blind. That's what Nanakuli. So my grandparents used to look down at their knees because they couldn't afford to give water away to the people. My dad sneaked on the train and rode the train to Waipawa High School. My dad was the oldest of 13 in his family. So that's how he got around. It was only Coral Road at that time.
Mr. Werner, I don't mean to rush you, but can you please bring to a summary conclusion?
Yes. So for me, if we got to give Waimānalo the opportunity to find one other place. That's just the bottom line. Because if we don't, we only got 1 more landfill, and that's PVT. We got 2. I live in the middle of 2 landfills. Now, I just come here and thanks to seeing attorneys, I'm not an attorney. I'm just a guy that gives back to my community and love my community. And if you come into Nanakuli, just, say, and, everybody know me. But that's the main point why I'm here. Don't shut Waimānalo down. I think in 2028, they need to find one other place. Give them the opportunity to go out and whether it's federal land or whatever. I'm here. I'm fighting for emergency access for my community so we can evacuate to Kole Pass. So I'm in terms with the military right now. And the fact that we dealing with the landfill and everything, I just come here to say that, hey, give them an opportunity, give the city an opportunity. Have those guys who are operating that Waimānalo clean the road, pick up the rocks or whatever you guys do, bring the community, we might agree and disagree in things, but at the end of all this, we still got to come together. life goes on where I live. You know, if you come into Nanakuli speed bumps, I'm responsible for those speed bumps in Nanakuli.
Thank you very much.
So, I just want to say thank you and, for hearing me out and, any questions?
Yeah, so please stay in your seat. Everybody gets an opportunity to ask you questions. So petitioner, any questions for this witness?
Jeffrey Hu, no questions. Thank you.
Mr. Saito?
No questions. We thank the witness for his testimony.
My apologies for the interference. Could you restate that?
Brad Saito, we have no questions and we thank the testifier for their testimony.
Thank you for your comment. Ms. Kato,
Allison Kato, no questions, thank you.
thank you.
Joyce Tam Sugiyama, no questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Ukiyama. Mr. Chip Chase?
Cal Chip Chase, just very briefly, Chair. All right, good morning and thank you for coming here today.
Good morning.
Just to make sure that I understood your testimony correctly, you support giving the city more time to site the landfill, but would still like the landfill to close as scheduled in 2028.
Yeah, if it goes over 28, I'm fine with that. As long as we can get another place and calm the ease of, you know, the west side.
Very good. Thank you very much.
Yeah.
Thank you. Commissioners, any questions for this witness?
I have a question, Chair. Mel Cahill.
Proceed.
Mr. Werner, with all the stuff that I've watched on the news and read in the newspapers and some of the testimony that was given at the Planning Commission, most of the residents there wants Waimānalo Gulch closed. So what would be a legitimate reason why you're here asking for an extension?
Yes, you know, I think, you know, landfill's been on the west side for a long time. When we talk about giving him that extension to, you know, look for another site, I think it's a very good thing. Because like I said, if we close Waimānalo, we only got one. You know, instead of 600 trucks passing my home, I live on Farrington Highway, we're probably gonna get 800 trucks or even 900 trucks. I mean, giving them the time to go out and look. I know it probably take about 7 or 8 years or even longer to, you know, determine on another site, but we need to give the city the opportunity to look for another site.
Thank you. Thank you for coming today.
Yes.
Ms. Kwan, is there another signed up?
We have another sign up on the list. Can I bring up Kurt Favela?
Mr. Favela, please state your name and address for the record, and then I'll swear you in.
Kurt Fivella, Ever Beach, 96706, 941 Equalani Street.
Thank you. So do you swear the testimony today will be the truth?
Yes, sir.
Please proceed. You have 2 minutes.
First of all, I was one of them on the neighborhood board who continued to tire to see this whole issue kicked down the road over and over, and not in my backyard, not in your backyard, but continue to pollute our side of the island. My family live on the West Coast and they've been victimized, and you know, Uncle Ed is somewhat correct, but it's 800 to 900 trucks going to PVT, documented. Some days, thousands. Yeah, daily. Okay. So I just wanted to correct that, and my phone acting up. Hold on. I know you guys got my hopefully you did get a chair. Again, Chair Dan and members of the commission, thank you guys for letting me testify. But I support SB 09403, Department of Environmental Services and the City County of Honolulu with the Waimānalo Gulch Sanitary Landfill. Previously, Mayor Peter Carlisle had the blue ribbon panel and they chose Amron site in Kailua to be the next landfill. Kurt Caldwell opposed, and you guys know why. Let me go to that. Keep to the truth. Anyway, selected a new site required an extensive of 2028. So Mayor Blangiardi on his town hall meetings came out not only to the west side, but to the rest of the community and swore that he was never going to open up another landfill on the west side. So I had to correct him again. I heard you guys talking about Great Pacific Crater. PVT is not stupid. They know if Waimānalo closes, there's going to be a need for a new landfill. And guess what a new landfill is going to be, guys? Great Pacific Hole. Money is made from rubbish, not closing it. And when we had this idea when I was on the neighborhood board as the chair, we wanted it to be closed. We all said that H Power is our new, or our, at the time when the city paid for the second boiler, was a solution to downsize landfills. That was not the truth, Chair. They pick and choose what they can burn. They pick and choose what comes to the land, to the H Power. It's not a true waste to energy plant. So a lot of you guys who know me, I've been in the square building for about 5 years now, harping on the fact that we are the back end of any technology in the world. Hawaii, windmills, solar farms, everything that is not done in other countries. A waste to energy plant, a true waste to energy plant, whether the city going to do them, the mayor likes it, and even Mike Forby. But who's gonna push it through? This is on the city, and of course the state. They can work together and come out with a great idea because it was presented. It passed through the Senate unanimously. It stalled in the House, and it was because of political mumbo jumbo. Right? We know who the powers to be and the guys who try to stop things. But if we do just like Uncle Ed said, my family is gonna suffer. I don't approve that we need to extend it to 2038, but we've been kicking this can since I was on the neighborhood board since 2000. What is this now?
Mr. Favela, could you bring it to?
Yeah, I'll bring it to a close. Reason why I support it, like I said, Chair, but the land use, the city, everybody that has a part of this needs to look at better technology to reduce the use of even trying to find another landfill in somebody else's backyard. And that's trying to find with better technology that Singapore, Utah, every other place does it except us. We're always the back end of the rubbish. We're not going to have the powers to be, Chair, and everybody out there to actually have this thing done unless the powers to be step up, because we have big opposition to this waste to energy plant. We have all the unions supporting this plant to get it done. The city and the state, for whatever reason, whatever political contributions that some of these guys get, is stonewalling this. And I'm bringing it up again this year.
Okay,
Like I said, Chair.
Please come to a close.
Yeah, so this is the thing. We need this landfill to stay open because you're gonna victimize the rest of my family that is dying on the west side for too much landfills with PVT. Yeah, 10 years less of their life dying in that community. And they wanna close that landfill and go someplace else. And the people that is in opposition to the landfill.
Please bring it to a
Okay.
close. You promised me twice now.
Okay, sorry. Okay, now I'm gonna say I promise. It's all about money, Chair.
Please,
Thank you.
you're
That's
repeating
it.
yourself.
Thank you.
Thank
It's
you.
about money.
Thank you.
Mahalo.
Please stay there for questions.
Yes, sir. Thank you guys for your time. Sorry, I would never promise me once, but anyway. Okay.
No worries. Mr. Hu, any questions for this witness?
Jeffrey Hu, no questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Saito.
Thank you. I do have a question. And thank you, Mr. Favela, for your testimony, Senator. You did mention a potential site for the landfill that the Carlisle administration identified, and that was in Kailua. It's my understanding that that site is not viable under Act 73. Do you agree with that?
Yeah, so at the time when Act 73 came involved was before Act 73, when this was selected. Act 73 came involved because of the people in our community that was suffering. Amaron Crater, if you look where it's at, it's really not close to any homes, any place that is close. But the people in Kailua, the time at the Ikaika Anderson was there, told him the same thing. It's because it's Kailua. That's it. Sorry. They're not going to have a landfill. They put them in the poor community and not the rich community, just to be honest.
Okay, but under Act 73, the site is not a possibility
Right.
currently.
Right.
Thank you.
Thank you. Anything further, Mr. Saito?
Nothing further. Thank you.
Ms. Kato?
Allison Kato, no questions. Thank
Thank
you.
you.
Joyce Tam Sugiyama, no questions, thank you.
Thank you.
Counselor Chase, no questions.
Thank you. Commissioners, any questions? Commissioner Kahale?
Chair, I got a question. Again, Senator Favela, your testimony, you're looking at all these better technologies, right? I know, Pasmark, So what you stated earlier was, so if Waimānalo Gulch closes, there was a concern of now the stuff that's currently being dumped there at Waimānalo Gulch going to PVT
Yes. Yes,
and only because there was only landfill on the island? Is
that's
that-
the only landfill. And, I understand, Chair, he asked a question about that act, whatever. They're gonna amend the act, commissioners, and they're gonna amend it to open up a specific crater. They're gonna do that for our side of the island, yeah, but they're not gonna do that for Kailua Amran. But they're gonna do it for ours. Commissioner, just mark this today. That's what's gonna happen. You close Waimānalo Gulch, they're gonna amend the act, come over here to amend the act, and they're gonna put the rubbish in that crater. Anybody around here thinking that they sold that thing so cheap to the person they sold it to when it was offered double by the previous person that wanted to mine the crater? Think about it that way, Chair. They're gonna amend the act because rubbish makes money, not rocks.
So I'm sorry, Senator. So the act that you're referring to is Act 73, the buffer zone bill that was just
Yes.
became law in, I believe, 2020.
Yeah, when I was with
Oh,
Senator Kai Kahele.
okay. All right. Thank you, Senator.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, guys.
Anything further, Commissioner? Thank you, Senator. Ms. Kwan, anybody else?
We have one more testimony. Demonte Manaole, I think I said that correctly.
Mr. Manali, please state your name and address for the record, and then I'll swear you in. I think you need to hit the button that says talk.
Yeah, Demont Kalaya Manaole, co-manager of Hope Manapono LLC at Native Hawaiian Advocacy Corporation, operating out of Waianae Coast. My address is 86-044 Ho'aha Street. For anybody that don't know, that's right behind Tamura's in Waianae.
You swear your testimony today to be the truth?
Yes.
Please proceed. You have 2 minutes.
All right, for me, as a resident of the Waianae Coast, we don't like PVT. And if you guys close Waimānalo Gulch now, guarantee PVT gonna get more action over there. And PVT is on eyesore in our neighborhood. I used to live in Honolulu Homestead. Right behind my house in second increment, right behind my house is Pu'uheleakala. And for Native Hawaiians, it's a sacred place for us because that's where Maui got his training to be able to do what he did when he went to Maui and lassoed the sun. That is in our mokuaho. And I gotta tell you that I think you guys should extend the time to find another landfill someplace else, because if you close them now, PVT guarantee won't be able to expand. And as we come down Park here, before you couldn't even see anything that PVT had over there. Now when you come down Park here going eastbound, the hill that they get that they're building over there is equal to Pu'uheleakala. So you get a big hill
Okay.
over there and the thing matching Pu'uheleakala. What you guys gonna do? Build one hill bigger than Haleakala itself? I don't think so. You know what I mean? And that's just telling Native Hawaiians that nobody cares about us. You know what I mean? That you guys just gonna shove them down our throat. So can you guys just pump the brakes a little bit? Waimānalo Gulch, you guys need a little bit more time to figure out what you guys gonna do with that. Go ahead, take your time. Go find them, maybe like Cocoa Head, maybe. Maybe the people over there in Cocoa Head might like them, but not over here in Waianae. Thank you. Aloha.
Thank you. Please stay seated for questions, if
All
you
right.
don't mind. Mr. Hu?
No questions, Chair, but I'd like to make a comment. It's funny you mentioned Cocoa Head. We actually did receive a phone call a voicemail from a person who supposedly used to work at the LUC as a staff member, and they had suggested Cocoa Head as well. And it's my understanding that Cocoa Head is not Act 73 compliance. And I don't know if you were just making that as a joke, but just
Yeah. No, I halfway joking, but I halfway serious. Because I think that if it's good enough for the west side, should be good enough for the east side. When is state government ever gonna consider moving homeless, rubbish, all the bad things that society thinks of? Stop sending them to the west side and send them to the east side. They're telling us that the people on the east side is better off than us and they're better than us.
Thank you. Mr. Saito, any questions?
No questions. We thank him for his testimony.
Thank you. Ms. Kato.
Allison Kato, no questions. Thank you.
Tsukiyama, please.
Joyce Tam Sugiyama, no questions, thank you.
Calchip Chase, no questions.
Commissioners? Thank you, sir. Appreciate you coming forward.
All right, I'd like to say hello to my brother over there, third seat over there. Aloha, Aina, Mau Mau.
Anybody else?
That is all we have for now, Chair.
Thank you. So it is now 9:18 and we will continue. So Mr. Hu, it's up to you to make your presentation. Can you give me an idea of how much time you will need?
Jeffrey, who, Chair, I would probably need 10 to 15 minutes.
So why don't you go ahead and proceed, and there'll be Q&A after that. We'll probably take a break before we enter that phase. So go ahead and make your presentation.
Thank you.
One more question. I think you indicated you had somebody here that could also provide testimony that's not an attorney. If you plan to have them testify, I'd like to swear them in right now.
Oh, I'm sorry, Chair. I made no indication of that.
Must have been Mr. Saito then or somebody. I thought you.
Brad Saito, the department did not prepare a non-attorney witness for today.
Okay.
Thank
So
you.
if you have no non-attorney witnesses, please proceed.
Jeffrey, who, thank you. Good morning, everyone. Again, I'm Deputy Corporation Counsel Jeffrey Hu on behalf of the city's Department of Environmental Services, known as ENV. Sorry, I'm going to try to work this slide.
So you'll be referring to the slides that are on the screen now?
Yes.
Okay.
And so would I just be scrolling down? Oh, okay. Oh, I wasn't sure.
Is it possible to turn the lights off
Should
above the screen?
Oh, did that? Okay. Sorry about that, everybody. So,
Yeah. That's okay. There you go. Perfect. I know you're there, Mr. Hu, so please proceed.
yes, Jeffrey Hu. ENV's application before the city's planning commission and now the state land use commission is about one issue only, which is the modification of a single condition from ENV's special use permit for the Waimānalo Gulch Sanitary landfill. That condition sets forth a December 31, 2022 deadline for the city to identify a new landfill site. The city filed its application to modify this condition back on December 23 of 2022, but due to the legal process, it has taken a bit of time to get to where we are today in front of the LUC, the Land Use Commission. Again, we are here solely seeking to modify the single permit condition, and we are respectfully requesting an extension of time until December 31st, 2024 to identify new landfill sites. The condition we are seeking to modify is found in both the Planning Commission and the Land Use Commission's 2019 decisions and orders, which is, and the provisions are on the screen for your review. Due to circumstances beyond the control of the Planning Commission, Land Use Commission, and ENV, the original December 31, 2022 deadline that was imposed did not provide enough time. As stated in ENV's application before you, as well as ENV Director Roger Babcock's oral testimony at the contested case hearing in front of the Planning Commission, we are talking about two events that occurred after the LUC issued its 2019 decision and order that led to ENV needing more time. First, we are talking about the passage of Act 73 of 2020, which limited the areas for potential sites. And second, we are talking about the Honolulu Board of Water Supply's disapproval of all 6 potential sites that were reviewed and ranked by our Landfill Advisory Committee because of the no-pass zone and in light of the Red Hill fuel incident that occurred in November of 2021. Act 73 was signed into law in September 2020, almost a full year after the Land Use Commission issued its 2019 decision and order. Act 73 consists of 2 restrictions. First, it prevents the siting of a landfill on state conservation districts. And as we mentioned, such as Cocoa Head Crater. Second, it imposes Second, it imposes a 1/2 mile buffer zone around the residential properties, schools, and hospitals in which a landfill cannot be constructed or expanded. And there are various legal restrictions already in place when siting a new landfill, such as tsunami inundation zones and airport buffer zones. Act 73 imposed additional restrictions and further limited the potential areas for new sites. And as you can see on this map, there are other restrictions such as developed and undevelopable lands. Developed lands are lands that contain a major building or buildings. Undevelopable lands are areas that already have a planned development in place. Earlier, I referenced the no-pass zone. So what is the no-pass zone? The Board of Water Supply, or BWS, describes the no-pass zone as areas over the freshwater aquifer that have no thick caprock. And so if you look at this map here, the light areas are the areas in or above the no-pass zone, and the dark blue areas are outside or below the no-pass zone. And so according to the BWS, the caprock serves as a barrier that prevents surface contamination from reaching the aquifer below. So sort of like a filter. Just in case you're wondering, the current landfill is located outside of the no-pass zone. In September of 2021, Mayor Blangiardi established the Landfill Advisory Committee, or what we call the LAC. The LAC consisted of 9 members of the general public with background and experience that would enable them to fairly and effectively evaluate potential landfill sites on behalf of all residents of the city and county of Honolulu. With the help of ENV, the LAC held 8 meetings pursuant to the Sunshine Law, which were open to the general public and public testimony. And in December of 2021, during one of the LAC meetings, leaders from the BWS attended and made a presentation in which they provided their perspectives and concerns regarding siting a new landfill above the groundwater aquifer. The LAC members served in an advisory role in evaluating, scoring, and ranking potential landfill sites under consideration. The understanding was that they would make a recommendation of a site to the city, but the city would make the final decision on site selection. The LAC scored and ranked 6 potential sites, but ultimately did not recommend any of them. because all were located within the no-pass zone. In the LAC's final reports, it listed certain recommended courses of action, such as amending or repealing Act 73, exploring eminent domain options, and obtaining federal lands outside of the no-pass zone. The Board of Water Supply's stance on the no-pass zone is the second main issue for EMB's request for additional time to find a new landfill site. In November of 2022, the BWS provided its official position via a letter dated November 16, 2022, on the 6 potential sites evaluated by the LAC, which is that the BWS disapproved of all of them. According to the BWS, in light of the Red Hill emergency, protecting the island's freshwater aquifer is more paramount than ever. And I put a quote of, I believe that quote is from their letter. I put that on the slide. So here I have attempted to overlay the map with the no-pass zone on top of EMV's map with the siting restrictions. When you combine the no-pass zone with all of the restrictions in place for siting a landfill, the result is that there are no potential areas to site a new landfill, other than perhaps the federal-owned lands. Because of Act 73 and the Board of Water Supply's position regarding the no-pass zone, EMV was not able to identify a new landfill site by December 31, 2022. In hopes of finding a new landfill site that is legally compliant and outside of the no-pass zone, EMV requests to modify the Planning Commission and Land Use Commission's single condition. This will allow EMV more time to follow the Landfill Advisory Committee's recommendations. Since EMV's filing of its application with the Planning Commission, the city has followed the Landfill Advisory Committee's recommendations. We knew from the beginning that discussions with the military would be a long process with a low probability of success. That's the reason why EMV didn't consider those federal lands in the first place. But in review of all of the remaining options and recommendations provided by the Landfill Advisory Committee, obtaining military land was the low-hanging fruit of a 100-foot tall tree. The city had numerous discussions with high-level members of the military from 2023 to early 2024 regarding this possibility. The Waipio Peninsula had been our most promising potential site outside of the no-pass zone. The discussions had been positive. The military expressed their interest in helping the city and its residents. They wanted to show goodwill in light of Red Hill. But unfortunately, after their analysis, they concluded that due to national security concerns, they could not allow for a landfill to be constructed on that site. It's unfortunate, but we appreciate that they looked into the possibility. Now that we have exhausted the federal lands option, we are continuing to look at the remaining, even more difficult options. And what's even more challenging than obtaining federal land is to amend or repeal Act 73, which EMV did not pursue yet, but will not be able to attempt until next year during the next legislative session. Similar to obtaining federal land, amending or repealing state law is something out of the city's control. But you're no longer dealing with just one entity like the military. It is up to a majority vote from the state legislature. We can only provide our reasoning and request. But for the state legislature, each member has their constituents to think about, and it would be much easier to say no and not in my backyard than to say yes for the greater common good. Now that Act 73 is current law, repealing it would be like supporting a new bill to allow for landfills to be constructed closer to homes, schools, and hospitals. Who would even sponsor such a bill? Siting and constructing landfills is simply not a popular issue that people can get behind. Just look at when the newspapers first reported the Waipio soccer complex as a potential landfill site. We had 25,000 people sign a petition against it. Community leaders also opposed it. And I'm not blaming anyone. And no one wants a landfill in their district or in close proximity to their homes. After we identify or even hint at a new location, instead of Kolina Community Association and Senator Shimabukuro of District 22, we'll have a new set of parties and a new senator from another district oppose us at the next hearing for an application. Again, I'm not blaming anyone. Landfills are simply not popular. But in the meantime, E&V and the city administration, we're continuing to work towards identifying the next landfill sites. In conclusion, the parties before you, E&V, COCA, and Schnitzer, have gone through a multi-day contested hearing in front of the Planning Commission, examined various witnesses, and argued for and against certain details in the Planning Commission's findings of fact, conclusions of law, decision, and order. COCA, sorry, when I say COCA, I'm referring to Kolina Community Association and Senator Shimabukuro. COCA is currently the only intervening party or parties that opposes E&V. But in these contested hearings, even COCA has stated that it does not oppose this limited 2-year extension of time for E&V to identify new sites. E&V has also agreed to the new in-person reporting requirement, which was proposed by COCA. And that's, I believe that's condition number 2 in the decision and order on this slide. And so the finalized version of the Planning Commission's decision and order now sits before you for your review and hopefully your concurrence. While time is running out, E&V remains hopeful and continues to work towards identifying a new site by the end of the year. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Hu. It's 9:34. We'll take a brief recess and reconvene at 9:40. Ms. Kwan, is the recording going? Ms. Kwan, is the recording going?
Yes, we're ready.
Thank you. Okay, it's 9:44. We're back on the record. So Mr. Hu, did that complete your presentation?
Jeffrey Hu, yes, it did, Chair. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So parties, you get an opportunity to ask questions, right? Yeah. Mr. Saito, any questions for the?
Brad Saito, no questions. Thank you.
Scott, though?
Allison Kato, no questions. Thank you.
Mr. Tsukiyama,
Joyce Tam Sugiyama, no questions.
thank you.
Cal Trip Chase, no questions.
Very good. Thank you very much. Commissioners, any questions for the petitioner? Mr. Kahele.
I have a couple of questions, Chair. Mel Kahele. Mr. Hu, I'm looking at, what you just reported to the commissioners on, and it seems like Act 73 seems to be the biggest problem. And I believe your intent is to go back to the legislators and try to amend Act 73. Is that your only option or alternative? Because it seems like you gotta find another location. I'm sorry, go ahead and ask.
I believe both of the issues we've laid forward are big obstacles, including the BWS no pass zone. I believe the no pass zone itself, it encompasses a huge, bigly mass of land. If you look at the map, I'm sorry, I don't have the presentation slide up anymore, but and also Act 73 though, if we were to repeal Act 73 completely, and I say we, but E&B cannot do that, right? It's up to the state legislature. But if Act 73 were appealed, there might be a few sites, not a lot, but a few that are outside of the no pass zone.
Well, I got another question. Maybe So the no pass zone, is that by law? Or is it just considered by the Board of Water Supply as a no pass zone because of the aquifers, whether it's, or is that a decision that was made considering these areas as no pass by the Board of Water Supply? Or is it by ordinance, by law?
Jeffrey Hu again. That's a very good question. It, it's it is a it's a BWS rule and regulation. My understanding is it's not in the Hawaii statutes, the Hawaii revised statutes. I'm sorry, does that answer your question or?
Yeah, well, yeah, I guess so, because, my concern or my question was, with all these areas that's considered as no pass, all of these locations that you pointed out in your map, is that all drinkable water aquifers?
I apologize. I'm not I'm not an expert with the water aquifer, but from what BWS has informed us, our island sits above a freshwater aquifer, and so that map that I showed in the slides, that is a map from the BWS, and so I trust that they provided an accurate map depicting where the thick cap rocks are, and I believe BWS has informed us that we are above the freshwater aquifer.
All right, thank you, Mr. Wu. One more question.
Yes.
A 6-month extension. Is that what we're asking for? To extend the time for you to find another location? Are we looking at 6 months?
You're-
To December 24.
Jeffrey, who practically speaking, we are about less than 6 months away from December 31, 2024. When we made this request, it was back in December of 2022, and so we had made a request for 2 years at that time.
Okay. Oh, so I'm sorry. So what you're asking for is for a 2-year extension or a 6-month extension?
Well, Jeffrey, who the permit condition currently for our special use permit states that we have to identify a new landfill site by the end of 2022.
Right.
And so we're trying to extend that date for 2 years, which would make it 2024.
So you got approximately 6 months.
From today,
Yes.
yes.
I'm sorry. Yes,
From
today.
Jeffrey, who from today, yes, that would be about 5-6 months.
That enough time?
Jeffrey, who do you want my personal opinion?
Well, I'm just asking. I mean, you'll be asking for another, if it's going up to 2024, December 31st. And, I'm looking at the records, I'm looking at the planning commission, the city planning commission meetings and some of the testimony. A blue ribbon committee was established in 2012. So it's been all these years that has gone by. And then now you're asking for just a 6-month extension or up until 2024. I'm just confused. And then the Act 73 didn't become law to 2020. So all that time between 2012 to 2020, there was no Act 73. Now the reason why we cannot find a place is because of Act 73. And because of the no pass, I'm just confused. And then now we're asking for 2024, we'll find a place. I'm not sure what 6 months gonna do. Anyway,
Jeffrey Hu, so the extension is for the deadline just to identify a new site. We're not talking about siting or construction or buying the land. And so that's gonna take a lot more time.
more than up past December 31st, 2024.
Yes,
Is that what you're saying?
yes,
Or to identify a site. So you're saying hopefully December 31st, 2024, you're gonna be able to identify a site.
Jeffrey Hu, yes, that's correct. That's our goal. And earlier you asked is, if we want more time, if the LUC wants to give us more time, I think we would take it. But our application in front of you is for this 2 years up until the end of 2024, just to identify the sites.
Because you're supposed to have found one in year 2022, and we're going up to 2024. Anyway,
Jeffrey Hu, yes, that's correct.
thank you.
Jeffrey Hu, no, thank you for asking the questions for clarification.
Commissioners? Um, I don't have any questions. Commissioner, yes, please. Misato.
Miles Miyasato. I'd just like to do a little follow-up on Commissioner Kahele's questioning. Prior to November 16, 2022, when BWS had the official position, 6 sites were identified as potential future sites.
Jeffrey Hu, yes, that's correct.
Okay, then after, prior, I guess, justification for their position was little or no cap rock.
Jeffrey, I'm sorry, could you repeat that? The justification for the BWS's,
Yeah, on slide 6, over the freshwater aquifer with smaller or non-existent cap rock.
yes, Jeffrey Hu, sorry. Should I keep saying my name?
Yep.
Okay, Jeffrey Hu. Yes. So the BWS explained that the areas with the thick cap rock are essentially good because then the thick cap rock can filter, I guess like toxic fluids, whereas the areas closer to or within the island, so inside the no pass zone, those areas don't have the thick cap rock, so they are so if there were to be some sort of leak, such as the fuel leak from Red Hill, then there's no thick cap rock there to filter that, and so that leakage is going to go into our freshwater aquifer, and that's the water that everybody on this island relies on. So that's what the BWS is stressing there.
Okay. In reviewing, I believe they made a statement of verifying the non-existent or thin cap rock with by boring. Is there any exhibits of those boring samples?
Jeffrey Hu, that's a good question. I don't believe we have any exhibits of those boring samples. We are relying on the BWS's I want to say testimony, but they didn't come to testify. So we're relying on the letter and the presentation that they've provided to us. Sorry, that's all I
Okay,
have.
so at this point, we're assuming after those 6 sites were identified, they physically went out to those 6 sites and did bore tests.
Jeffrey Hu, I don't believe they did that. I believe they I'm speculating. But I believe that they looked at those sites on a map, and those sites are all inside the no pass zone, according to that no pass zone map that they have. And so I believe that was probably the basis of their disapproval.
Okay, thank you.
Jeffrey Hu, thank you.
So now I do have a follow-up, couple of questions. I think you testified that your negotiations regarding federal land came to an impasse. Is it dead, stop, or is there any potential in the future to revisit any federal lands on this island?
Jeffrey Hu. So the discussions with the military were conducted by the top officials of the city, the mayor and the managing director. And the military, I believe, sent a letter back in April of this year, pretty much rejecting Waipio Peninsula. And Waipio was the most promising of the federal lands. And I believe we have other rejection letters regarding other federal lands as well. But I believe it's fair to say that option is dead.
Yeah, that's what I'm looking for. Not like pretty much, it's dead.
Jeffrey Hu, to my knowledge, it's dead.
Thank you. So I'd like to follow up on Commissioner Soto's questions about water and dealing with the BWS. Have you conferred with the State Commission on Water Resource Management on these issues?
Jeffrey Hu, no, I have not.
So it seems like if I understand your testimony, that they have a generalized map that shows these zones in blue, and that they cross-plotted the 6 sites that were identified, and they happen to be in those zones, those generalized zones. And based on that alone, with no testing, no bore samples, no nothing, no discussions with the State Commission of Water Resource Management, you just basically took it at face value, shut it down, and says it's not going to work in any of these zones. Is that correct?
Jeffrey Hu. It's a very difficult issue. And I can't say that we take anything at face value, but this is a very, citing a landfill above the freshwater aquifer would be a very unpopular. And so we didn't see it as an option.
Mr. Hu, the entire island is above a freshwater aquifer. The entire island. Does that in and of itself, based on your testimony, mean there's no site possible on this island?
Well, sorry, Jeffrey Hu, there's the no pass zone, and there's thick cap rock in areas outside of the no pass zone, including Waimānalo Gulch Sanitary landfill. And so it's not the whole island, but I mean, when we look at the map, yes, it's huge. It's a huge, part of it. It's a huge part of the island, and I agree with you, Chair, that, you know, following not citing a landfill above the no pass zone pretty much handcuffs us. I agree. I'm sorry, did I say that incorrectly? I wish I could look at a transcript. I'm trying to say that if we,
Yeah, I appreciate the difficulties that the city and county has been going through.
Sure.
Absolutely do. And I appreciate that Act 73 added further complications. And I appreciate that the unfortunate Red Hill calamity has put increased scrutiny on and protections for water resources on this island. I understand all of that. I just encourage you to not take things at face value and to penetrate and go for expertise on these matters if you're going to use them as rationale for what you do and you do not do. The fact that you haven't conferred with the State Conservation Commission on Water Resource Management on this issue is very surprising, and I do encourage you to confer with them. And I'll be asking Ms. Cato and the state similarly questions about whether or not we should or could involve them in this matter, because they might have a solution. We don't know.
Jeffrey, who, thank you, Chair.
Sure.
Where are we? Mr. Lee.
Thank you. Mr. Hu, isn't it true that the county administration is planning on talking to the Board of Water Supply manager about his position?
Commissioner, Jeffrey Hu, Commissioner Lee, that might be a possibility. I just can't say for sure because,
Yeah, I guess what I'm saying is that, you know, engineers like to have a margin of safety, so we don't blame Ernie Lau for his position. But that, I think I heard that the mayor will be discussing if there's any movement. So nothing is being taken at face value is what I had heard. So I'm just asking if that is also is true from your perspective.
Jeffrey Hu, yes, I believe that might be true. Yes.
Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Anything further, commissioners? Okay, thank you, sir. Mr. Saito.
Thank you, Brad Saito. So in terms of the Department of Planning and Permitting's decision, we're here in support, as we were at the Planning Commission, with respect to the time extension to designate a new site. And I won't go over it again. I'll just say that our rationale is set forth in the director's report, which is on record. It's dated May 25th, 2023. And so that lays out our reasons for supporting more time to designate a new site. Beyond that, I'd just like to say, or maybe observe that the public has come out today, and I think they've kind of been in harmony, saying we don't like the landfill out on the west side, but we can hold Manapanui and give the city more time to identify a new site. I think that's remarkable and very gracious. So we thank them for their comments and their understanding, and we encourage the commission to approve the request for more time. Thank you.
Thank you. Petitioner, Mr. Hu, any questions for this?
Oh, my mic is still on. Jeffrey Hu, no questions. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Cato, any questions?
Allison Kato, no questions. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Kukiyama, any questions?
Joyce Tam Sugiyama, no questions.
Mr. Chip Chase.
Cal Chip Chase, no questions.
Thank you. Commissioners? No questions? Thank you, sir. So, Ms. Kato, we'll go to you.
Thank you. Allison Kato. OPSD recommends approval of the city's application to extend the deadline to identify an alternative land site to December 31st, 2024. The parties all agreed that the deadline to locate an alternative site should be extended. No one disputes the severe impact to the health and safety of the people that would occur if the landfill is not able to continue operating before an alternative site is available, a realistic alternative site. And while much time has passed since the requirement to locate a new landfill was imposed, locating another site to accommodate a landfill is not a simple matter, which was described in detail and is shown in the record. And as the record shows, the city has been making efforts to actively locate a new site, although with difficulty. The December 2022 deadline to identify a new landfill site was found to be reasonable at the time it was set. But, as discussed here today and in the record, unanticipated events occurred that led to significant restrictions on the potential sites. And there are reasons for those restrictions and concerns. So options such as amendment of Act 73 or repeal of Act 73 or citing it within an area disapproved by the Board of Water Supply are serious matters that cannot be pursued lightly or quickly. In particular, the concerns regarding the water supply is a matter of quality of water, which is within the jurisdiction of the Board of Water Supply. So if any of those sites are being seriously considered, I think more effort is needed to look into whether it's safe. So the remaining time of the extension request is approximately 5 months from today. And we understand there are concerns regarding feasibility of meeting this condition by the end of the year, particularly with the update regarding the federal lands option. But there are still several months left in the year, and the city has stated its intention to meet that deadline. So OPSD feels that they should be given the time to look into the options more closely and to hopefully locate a site. And again, this is a deadline to identify a site, not to actually acquire it and make it ready. So OPSD does believe that it is possible to still identify a site that will work by the end of the year. Additionally, the Planning Commission included a condition for ENV to provide quarterly reports on its progress and plans. The LUC may want to require that they also provide any reports or updates to the LUC so that the commissioners can stay informed of progress. So based on the necessity to allow continued permitted operation of landfill at this time, the status of the city's current efforts, and the agreement of the parties, OPSD believes extension at this time is appropriate to the December 31st, 2024 date. Available for any questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Kato. Mr. Hu, any questions?
Jeffrey Hu, no questions, Chair. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Saito.
Saito, no questions. Thank you.
Sukiyama.
Joyce Tam Sugiyama, no questions.
Mr. Chip Chase.
Cal Chip Chase, no questions, Chair.
Thank you. Commissioners? Any questions? No?
Chair, I got a question, but can I ask the question back to Mr. Wu? I know you're on the hot seat.
Please do, just for clarity.
Mr. Wu, what is Kearney? It went back. The permit that Kearney Waimānalo Gulch has, when does that expire?
Jeffrey, my understanding that it expires on the day of the closure deadline, which is I think March 3rd, 2028. I think.
I think that's correct.
Thank you.
How much life does Waimānalo Gulch have?
Jeffrey, that's a good question. It kind of fluctuates every year because E&V, we have this process where I think we have like a flyover of the landfill and it gets analyzed. And so at this current time, and I don't want to cause panic to everybody, but at this current time, I believe it's about 7.5 years.
Mr. Babcock here?
Jeffrey, yes, he's here.
Maybe I can ask him a question, Chair?
Let's come back to,
Okay, all right, very good.
yeah, Mr. Babcock, will you stay in attendance, please? Yeah.
All right.
So back
Okay.
to Mr. Any more questions?
Okay, no, that's it. Thank you.
Mr. Kiley, I'll give you full opportunity before we
All right, thank you, Chair.
deliberate. Any further questions for Ms. Kato? I have a question. I'm hung up on this water question. Even you in your remarks said more effort is needed to make sure the water is safe. What are these more effort? Could you describe the more effort that's needed?
Allison Cato, I am no expert on water issues, but I mean, just hearing questioning, because it's a serious matter and because the Board of Water Supply has indicated strong concerns, including a formal letter regarding it, an option such as choosing one of the previously identified 6 locations that are disapproved by Board of Water Supply, I think it needs to be worked out with the Board of Water Supply. And I've seen, I guess in the record, there are comments about maybe it's the no pass zone is not as conservative. Possibly if they look closer at the actual site and the testing, etc. Things that I don't quite know about, but perhaps if they looked closer at a particular site, maybe they could find one that is acceptable and safe, but this is something that I'm just speculating, so I don't know what those steps would be.
Is it your feeling or opinion? It certainly is mine that the Commission of Water Resource Management could lend some technical assistance on this matter. Have they been consulted at all by OPSD on this issue?
We did not, because this is an extension request of a condition, but also because my understanding is that CWRM, they govern availability of water and not quality of water. And this seems like a quality issue, which I believe is within the jurisdiction of Board of Water Supply.
It just seems that as important as this issue is, and I agree that safe water is important, it ought to be a scientific, technically engineered based position, not one that that might be just hand waving in the wake of the Red Hill dilemma. My opinion. I don't see any evidence that it's anything other than that. They don't have any bore samples. They just have a letter that says we don't like it. So problematic for me.
Mm-hmm.
A little bit off the subject of what's the motion before us today, but that's where I'm going. I think we'll end up there sooner or later.
Chair, can I ask you a quick question? Is there a reason that the Board of Water Supply isn't a part of this hearing?
I don't know. Mr. Hu, is there any reason that you seek to bring the Board of Water Supply here for any representation, or you just entered their letter and evidence?
Jeffrey, I'm trying to recall if we invited the Board of Water Supply or not, but I can't remember at this time. But this application is limited, and that might have been, and again, I'm speculating, but that might have been why Board of Water Supply did not believe it needed to attend. And I don't know if the Board of Water Supply has attended these hearings in the past, and perhaps not, because the Waimānalo Gulch, it doesn't sit above the no pass zone. Sorry, I'm just talking out loud now. I'm gonna
Fair
stop.
enough, but I have let me respond to Commissioner Carter Smith. I have every expectation that I have every expectation that this matter is going to get more convoluted, and you're going to be back in front of us again for various reasons. And if in fact the Board of Water Supply is identified as a major reason or contributing factor for the difficulties you're having to find a new landfill, we strongly encourage you to invite them and to come forward and represent their positions rather than you have to do it for them and to speculate on why they take the positions they do. Fair enough?
Jeffrey Ho, yes, Chair, thank you.
Thank you. Is that a good? Yeah, okay. Okay, thank you, Ms. Kato. I have no further questions. Ms. Sukiyama?
Do my best. Joyce Tam Sugiyama for Schnitzer Steel Hawaii Corp. Sorry. Schnitzer is here in support of the city's application to modify the permit to extend the deadline to select an alternative site. Schnitzer operates Hawaii's largest metal recycling facility and is the largest commercial user of the Waimānalo Gulch landfill. And in doing so, Schnitzer provides a vital service to Oʻahu. Every year, Schnitzer processes roughly 120,000 tons of end-of-life vehicles, old appliances, and other metal scrap that would otherwise end up in the landfill or illegally dumped around the island. Schnitzer's metal recycling operations produce a waste called automobile shredder residue, or ASR, that cannot be recycled and must be disposed of in a landfill. Currently, Waimānalo Gulch is the only permitted landfill in Oʻahu that will accept the ASR. In other words, when Waimānalo Gulch closes, there is no other place for the ASR to go unless another landfill is ready and operational to accept the ASR. And given the storage limits under Schnitzer's permits, Schnitzer would have to cease operations within days if it has nowhere to dispose of the ASR. Therefore, having an operational municipal landfill is integral to Schnitzer's operations. As we've all heard here today, siting a new landfill is a complicated and often controversial process. In this case, the record shows that the city was diligent in trying to site a new landfill, but due to, among other things, regulatory and statutory changes, the city was unable to meet the original deadline to identify an alternative site. The record justifies the granting of the requested extension to give the city additional time to identify a new candidate site. And therefore, Schnitzer requests that the Land Use Commission grant the city's application for an extension of the deadline to December 31st, 2024 to site a new landfill. And before I conclude, I just want to clarify a couple things based on the record, questions from the commission. If you look at the Planning Commission's order, findings of fact 84 to 91, that discusses the landfill advisory committee that was formed by the mayor. And it was the landfill advisory committee that voted to reject the 6 proposed sites based on the Board of Water Supply's position that it would oppose any sites within the no pass zone. I just wanted to clarify that it was the Landfill Advisory Commission's decision. And in findings of fact 92 through 94, that at least in part, addresses Commissioner Lee's questions about what further efforts to talk and meet with the Board of Water Supply to clarify their position and their opposition. I can't make a statement as to whether or not those conversations are going on today, but based on the record, those conversations did take place after the Landfill Advisory Committee's report. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Tsukiyama. Mr. Hu, any questions?
Jeffrey, no questions. Thank you.
Ms. Saito,
Brad Saito, no questions. Thank you.
Ms. Kato,
No questions. Councilman Kaja, no questions. Thank you.
thank you.
Cal Chipchase, no questions.
Thank you. Commissioners, any questions? Thank you, Ms. Chipchase.
Yes, Chair, I have about a 15-minute presentation. Would that be all right?
Can staff request a 5-minute break?
I've only been going 40 minutes. Yes, you may. Let's
Thank
take
you.
a 5-minute break. We'll resume at 10:27. Take a recess.
Very good.
Okay, Ms. Chipchase, please proceed.
Cal Chipchase, thank you, Chair. We have a presentation up on the screen. I'll walk us through it a little bit as well. The place to start, of course, is that the landfill requires a special use permit because it's located on agricultural land. And so it's not an agricultural use, it's a special use, and that requires a special permit under section 205-6. It's had a special permit, very special permit, since 1987 when it was first permitted for operation. The current special permit was issued by this body, by the LUC, in 2019. That special permit took 8 years to issue. We began those proceedings in 2011. It's now 2023, or approaching the end of it. So we've been doing this special use permit for more than half of my career. The order that was issued remains in effect today, and that is reflected in the Planning Commission's proposed findings as well. The order contains 2 conditions, one of which is relevant to this body's decision today. The 2019 order directed that the landfill, or the city, needed to site a new landfill by December 31, 2022, and to close the landfill by March 2nd, 2028. Those dates were selected by the Land Use Commission based on extensive evidence involving how long the landfill had been in operation, how long it would take to site a landfill, the efforts that had been made to site a landfill to date, and how long it would take to develop a new landfill and therefore close this landfill once it was sited. The date to site the new landfill gave the city more than 3 years from that point to site a landfill. At that point in 2019, the city had been working to site a landfill already for nearly 2 decades. Those efforts had begun in 2003, when the city had previously promised to close the landfill. In 2003, the no-pass zone was known already. It was considered by the city in its 2003 siting efforts, and in 2003, the city adopted its own criteria for siting a landfill while still protecting drinkable water. That remained true in 2012 when the city resumed its efforts to site a new landfill. The no-pass zone was known, the city had its own criteria. That was also true when the city again resumed efforts to site a landfill in 2021, 2 years after this commission directed the city to site again a new landfill. So there's 6 sites that were selected with the no-pass zone being known by the city, and the city being aware that it had its own criteria for safely siting a landfill despite the no-pass zone. The second date, the closure date, reflected the time that it would take to complete the environmental work, to complete the permitting work, and to complete the physical work from that date, that siting date, in order to have an operational landfill and to finally then close Waimānalo Gulch. The order to site and then to close reflected a number of considerations, as I said, one being the length that it had been in operation. Another was the impact that the landfill had had on the community for all of those years. There were extensive proceedings before the Planning Commission, where many residents and others testified about the impact of the landfill on the community. That evidence was brought forward to this body over a number of hearings, over a number of years. And that impact is reflected all over the LUC's 2019 order, the real palpable effect that it has had on the community. Because it's a special permit, one of the requirements before it can be issued is that it not have an adverse effect on the surrounding community. The landfill indisputably has had an adverse impact on the surrounding community. The LUC recognized that, and imposing the siting and the closure conditions reflected that the community had borne those impacts longer than it should have. So in order to issue the permit, the Land Use Commission had to find that ultimately, as long as these conditions are followed, it won't have a further impact on the community, because ultimately it will be taken out of the community. And so the conditions were essential to finding that there was no impact on the surrounding community. The closure order also reflected the 20 years, more than that really, of promises that the city had made to the community that it would close the landfill. So every time the city had come in and asked for an extension of time, it had said, please give us a little more time. We will close it now. If you just give us this additional 5 years, if you just give us this additional 1 year, we will close it. Each time the community supported the city's request, believing that now it would finally close. When the city came in and asked in 2012 to leave it open in perpetuity until it reaches capacity, the community had had enough. It didn't believe those promises anymore. The Land Use Commission respected that those promises had been made and should be honored, and imposed those conditions. The city, as we've talked about, did not meet its siting condition. The city came in 9 days before the siting condition had expired and requested a further extension of that siting condition. That is the only matter before this before the Land Use Commission. The city's petition only seeks to amend that condition, and only for the 2 years taking it to the end of December 31, 2024. So acting on that request is the only thing that this commission can do in this hearing. But like the chair, I don't believe this will be the end of the proceeding. I believe we will be back on a further request to extend the closure condition. And that's why COCA and Senator Shimabukuro participated in this request, even though we did not oppose giving the city more time to site the landfill, because it obviously hadn't met its deadline. We were concerned that this proceeding would be a precursor to another proceeding to further break another closure condition and further extend the landfill, either for a number of years or indefinitely. The city believes that with this further extension, and I asked Director Babcock in the Planning Commission proceedings, do you believe that with this further extension, the city can meet this siting deadline? And he said yes. He also said that if they're given more time to site the landfill, do you believe you can still meet the closure condition? And he said yes. So we are here today taking the city at its word, despite our misgivings, despite my personal misgivings, that we'll be back here again, that they will meet this siting deadline, and that they will still meet their closure deadline. And for those reasons, we haven't opposed extending the siting deadline. The LUC's role in this proceeding, or at this point in the proceeding, is to review the record that has been developed by the Planning Commission. That has been presented to the Land Use Commission. And to adopt, modify, or reject the city's petition. That is where we sit today. As part of the city's order, recognizing, or the Planning Commission's proposed order, recognizing this history that I've talked about, the impacts that I've talked about, the orders that this body has entered, the Planning Commission required the city to engage in an additional public meeting, a quarterly in-person public meeting before the Planning Commission to report on the city's efforts to site and then ultimately to develop a new landfill. We had requested that condition because of our misgivings, because we don't know what efforts have been engaged in at the federal level other than what we read in the papers, because we don't know what discussions may have been had with BWS regarding adjustments to its no-pass zone, because we don't know whether direct testing of any of these sites has been engaged in. The public doesn't know. And so we asked for an opportunity, a requirement, that the city present that information to the Planning Commission on a quarterly basis. And the city agreed. Dr. Babcock agreed that he had no objection to such a condition, and we appreciate that willingness to be transparent going forward. We remain concerned for a number of reasons. For example, the order that we're here on, the 2019 order, was issued in 2019, but the city didn't restart the site selection efforts until 2021. What happened in those 2 years? Dr. Babcock couldn't answer that. What happened in the prior 8 years from when they had previously started? Dr. Babcock could not answer that. Or in the prior 9 years, Dr. Babcock could not answer that. And he wasn't here over those times, and I don't fault him for it. But the community was there. The community is here. And the community has and continues to live with the adverse effects of the landfill. And so I would ask this body to, yes, approve the city's request for an extension of time to site the landfill. To, yes, adopt the Planning Commission's order, including the condition requiring reporting to the Planning Commission in person on a quarterly basis. But I'd also ask you to be vigilant, so that if we are here again, we don't forget the history that came before. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chip Chase. Mr. Hu, any questions?
Jeffrey. Is that my voice? Jeffrey Hu, no questions. Thank you.
Mr. Saito,
Brad Saito, no questions. Thank you.
Ms. Kato,
Allison Kato, no questions. Thank you.
Sukiyama,
Joyce Tam Sugiyama, no questions. Thank you.
commissioners. Mr. Carsmith,
Mr. Chip Chase, what is your opinion as to why they didn't ask for the other condition to be extended?
Cal Chip Chase, Commissioner, when I discussed this matter with Dr. Babcock in the Planning Commission proceeding, he said that he believes that they can continue to meet the closure condition, and I will take him at his word.
When was that you asked him those questions and he answered? Was it
October of last year.
last year? Thank you.
commissioners. Mr. Chip Chase, could you expand a little bit about to the degree you know about it, about the question, about the issue of the city and county having criteria other than that of the BWS?
Cal Chip Chase, happy to, Chair. So it is in the record as an exhibit that we presented to the Planning Commission that was accepted, that when the city was engaged in the siting efforts in 2003, it recognized BWS had this no pass zone, the same zone that we're dealing with today 21 years later, 20 years later. The city, recognizing the limitations that no-pass zone imposed on the availability of land for a landfill, developed its own criteria and used those criteria to cite potential landfill areas that it believed would still be protective of the groundwater. And so in the proceedings, I discussed that letter with Dr. Babcock. He acknowledged it and acknowledged that the city had been aware of the no-pass zone since at least 2003. That's reflected in the Planning Commission's proposed orders. That's a finding that the city has been aware of the no-pass zone since at least that time. We also presented the testimony of Dwight Miller, who had been an expert witness for us in the prior phase of the proceedings and whose testimony helped inform the site development conditions that this body ultimately adopted in that 2019 order. And he explained that the no-pass zone is a very conservative estimate of what is needed to protect groundwater from leachate or other methods of contamination, and that you would have to do site-specific review in order to be certain whether a site would be appropriate, and that, of course, in siting landfills, you would conduct that degree of due diligence.
But at some point, the city and county changed its mind instead of, if I'm understanding you correctly, and they no longer relied on their criteria, and they just took at face value the representations of BWS? Question mark.
Cal Chipchase, that is correct, Chair. And as you can see from the timeline, that happened after it had convened the most recent site selection committee because they proposed 6 sites that were within the no-pass zone, the city being aware when it proposed those sites that they were within the no-pass zone. So it was after that that the city changed its position and accepted no-pass zone as inviolable, regardless of what testing may actually show.
Are you aware of any testing that has been done?
I'm not, and none was presented in the record.
Thank you. I don't have anything further. Commissioners? No? Where's my script? My apologies. At this time, I'd like to revisit Mr. Hu and give him an opportunity to bring Dr. Babcock forward for a question.
Jeffrey Hu, yes, Chair, is there something I need to say or?
No, just bring him forward. I'll swear him in, and then we have a commissioner that has a question for Mr. Dr. Babcock. Is it Dr. Babcock or Mr. Babcock?
Either is fine.
Just, yeah, so just state your name and affiliation for the record, and I'll swear you.
Yes, Roger Babcock, Director, Department of Environmental Services.
So, do you swear your testimony you're about to give be the truth?
I do.
Yeah, just to explain, just elaborate a bit more on your role in your job.
Sure. As Director of Department of Environmental Services, we take care of wastewater and solid waste for the city. That involves collection, transfer, disposal, H-Power Waste Energy Facility, and the Waimānalo Gulch landfill.
Thank you. Commissioner Kahele, you had a question?
Yes, Chair. Shit, I forgot what I was gonna ask you. Oh, can you hear me, Ariana? I don't want to get scolding. Mr. Babcock, okay, I believe my question to Mr. Hu was, well, your permit is good for 2028, right? So how much more life do you actually have with the recycling going on, H-Power pumping out all this stuff? How much more life do you have currently at Waimānalo Gulch?
Yeah, thanks for that question, Roger Babcock. The determination of how much space there is left in the landfill is done annually by our contract operator. Waste Management International runs the landfill by contract with the city, handling all operations there for us. So, figuring out how much space is available is done through a calculation. So it's an estimate based on a couple of things. One is, it does involve flying drones around to figure out the area still available within the permit in terms of a area and then a depth, to, again, what's in the permit. So that gives a volume of additional space remaining as a best estimate of that number in cubic yards of space. Then an estimate is made based on current fill rates and or trends of how much waste is being sent to the landfill each year. So you have two numbers there that we're estimating. One is the volume, and the other is the fill rate. So that's critical, how much we're sending there. That number changes every year, every month, essentially, depending upon primarily what's happening at H-Power Waste Energy Facility. As you probably know, or may or may not know, the landfill is really two landfills. There's a ash monofill portion, and then there's a MSW portion of the landfill. Those are separate. They municipal solid waste can't be put in the ash monofill, and ash can't be put in the MSW part. So the space, again, so the space estimate considers both of those things as well. So when, depending upon the performance of H-Power and its what percentage of the time it's in service, when it's been out of service, that influences the amount of ash going in, as well as the amount of diverted municipal solid waste that we're not able to process at H-Power. So the estimate of time remaining is dependent upon what you assume for fill rate and available space. And so again, like I said, it's done on an annual basis, and the most recent estimate, so it's done in April. And the most recent estimate from this April was a little less than 8 years remaining space. So that brings us to the end of 2031. So that's at the current fill rates. And the current fill rates have been fairly high because we've had quite a bit of downtime with H-Power recently in the past year. So that number is lower than it was a year ago, fairly significantly. But we're working to, with our contract operator of H-Power, to improve or reduce our diversions to the landfill. And because last year there was 5 years longer than that, 13 years at the fill rates from last year. Based on the fill rates of this most recent year, it's more like 8 years.
Chair, I got other questions, and I can see why the concern by the testifiers here was concerned about the construction demolition landfill. I'm not going to name it by name, but the construction demolition landfill that's currently in their area or in their community. So a statement was made by, I believe, one of the testifiers that construction demolition landfill that's currently not included would more than likely be used for the city's what they're doing currently at Waimānalo Gulch and be dumped there at the construction demolition landfill, because that's the only active landfill that's on the island besides Waimānalo Gulch. So what would be that possibility when Waimānalo Gulch closes and that landfill is the only active landfill on the island, and the city decides on using that construction demolition landfill. Would that be a possibility?
No, my understanding is no, that landfill is not permitted to accept MSW.
One more question, Mr. Babcock. What happens in the event the city is not able to find a location? I believe the statement that was made by Mr. Chief Case, that there was a commitment or a statement made by you that you would be able to meet the deadline. What happens if that deadline is not met? And you cannot find a landfill because of Act 73 and because of there's no pass zones. You haven't found one well, the city, not saying you personally, but the city haven't found one in the last 14 years. So I guess my question and my concern is, as a member of the Land Use Commission or being a commissioner, is what happens if you guys cannot find a place?
So I'm sorry, I'm not sure I understand the final question.
He's asking you what your contingency plan is if you don't find an alternative site for a landfill.
Yeah, Roger Babcock, thanks for that question. I think the plan is to find a landfill that is necessary for us to run H-Power, to be able to collect refuse from everybody's home. And so we have to have a landfill, and we will find a site for a landfill.
Yes, thank you, Chair.
So I'd just like to clarify a couple things for the record, going back to our decision and order that was made in 2019, in which we did the closure of date of 2028. We made that decision based on the information that was on the record at that point in time, and the information on the record at that point in time said that the Waimānalo Gulch landfill would be filled up and exhausted at that time. Recognizing that that estimate is updated periodically and changes periodically depending on the performance of H-Power, as you said, we couldn't speculate on that. We had to take what was in the record, and what was in the record officially was represented by City and County of Honolulu that it would be exhausted by 2028, and that you needed to find another place no matter what. So that's where that date came from. You can check the record of that hearing if you want to get more detail. Secondly, you brought up H-Power, which is a important resource for the city and county to take the municipal solid waste and, in effect, significantly reduce the net amount that's going to the landfill. Is that correct?
Roger Babcock, yes, that's correct.
Since you brought it up, the H-Power operates under a power purchase agreement with the Hawaiian Electric Company. Is that correct?
Correct.
Do you know when that power purchase agreement terminates?
Roger Babcock, I believe it's 2032, but we will have to check to verify that.
Based on my memory, I think that's correct, within a year, plus or minus.
Yeah.
What are your plans once that terminates with H-Power?
Roger Babcock, so the plan would be to extend that power purchase agreement.
Is it your understanding that that power purchase agreement can be extended based on a bilateral negotiation with the electric company, subject to approval by the Public Utility Commission?
That's correct.
And would you have to compete for that opportunity to do that under the competitive bidding requirements for energy resources in this state? Or do you feel that you have the ability to do your negotiation directly?
I'm not sure the answer to that question. We'll have to find out.
Yeah, I'm not sure either. And in the instance that you do come back before this body, that's going to be a key question that I hope you have all the answers for.
Yeah, we'll make sure we have that answer.
Great. Thank you. Commissioners, anything further? Mr. Carsmith.
Thank you, Chair. So I understand what's on the table here, but I can't help but be curious about a couple more things. So the Landfill Advisory Committee was the one that selected the 6 sites, all of which appear to be on the west side. And those have been eliminated, and then all these other options appear to be eliminated. I'm trying to understand how you guys are so optimistic about finding a site in before 5 months as well.
So I guess I don't need to keep saying my name, right? Roger Babcock. Okay.
Actually, you do, but that's all
Okay.
right.
Okay. So the, as was described, the Landfill Advisory Committee was given 6 sites that had been part of, all of the previous evaluations as well, or at least the areas were identified. They didn't come up with the sites. They were given the suite of sites, based on the prior studies that have been described beginning back in the early 2000s. And subsequent evaluations that had gone on and different sites then eliminated, a lot of sites were eliminated with the passage of Act 73. So took the original package of sites, eliminated everything took everything out that was eliminated by Act 73 and presented that to the Landfill Advisory Committee. So that's how the 6 sites were determined. So, and then, as you know, in the end, they decided not to recommend any of the sites. And this was our committee that we had put together by the mayor to advise us. They advised against all those sites and recommended then several things, as have been described, to look at military sites, to look at eminent domain, and to look at modifying Act 73 or repealing. And so that is the way we've proceeded. So we still have we still are pursuing those items as per our advisory committee, final report, and that's what we'll continue to do. I hope that answers your question.
Sort of. Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioners, anything further? Thank you very much. At this point in time, we're going to proceed with the second round of public testimony. Ms. Kwan, has anybody signed up to testify at this point in time?
Would anyone like to do public testimony round 2 in the back? Ed would like to come back up.
Mr. Werner, let me remind you, you're still under oath. Let me welcome you back to testify. And if possible, we heard your testimony in the first round. And so this is an opportunity for you to provide new and different testimony, but on the same topic. So please proceed.
Thank you again, Ed Warner. The reason Act 73 was implementing for us in Nanakuli, PVT landfill were going to come over. They're obtaining 179 acres, if I'm not right around that area. And they were going to continue and double up production in our hometown, in our backyard. And that's the reason why Act 73 got involved. And I thank Kai Kahele for doing Senator Kai. We've been, what we call a dumping ground for years. That's the whole reason why Act 73 was implemented. I think if we get another good site, maybe Hawaii Kai or something, we can appeal Act 73 just for that site. That would be good. What about Cocohead and these other places? Why only us? I'm here to fight for our people in my community, and that's the west side. That's why I'm here. And I'm strongly opposed landfill, but still we need to give Waimānalo some chance. 'Cause, you know, you guys cannot predict if we close Waimānalo, you know, even though it's a city landfill. You know, if you look, what about for disasters? You know, where the disasters debris gonna go to? For instance, a hurricane. It's coming to our hometown. That's basically where it's gonna come. You know, that's why I'm here. And you know, people make fun about Act 73. You know, a no zone. You know, if you look, Red Hill tanks, the leak of Red Hill. Remember, there's still tanks up there. Who can tell me how long in 200 years if that liner plastic, it's not going to leak and go into our ocean? Come on. If you can tell me that, then, you know, I agree with you, but nobody in here can tell me that, you know, if the liner's not leaking right now. But, you know, my say is my community, I'm there to speak out for those who cannot fight, and that's our kupuna. And for my grandkids, the keikis, I stand up for them because they cannot fight right now. But one day they're going to stand up and they're going to be probably right here where I'm sitting and fighting for what is right. But that's all I get to say.
Thank you. Please sit in case there's questions. So, Mr. Hu, any questions?
Jeffrey Hu, no questions, thank you.
Mr. Saito?
I do have one question. So I heard you express concerns about groundwater contamination. So could you tell us, if you have one, what is your position on citing a landfill within the BWS no pass zone?
I mean, for me, you know, if it's a place that we're not drinking the water, you know what I mean? Put it there. That's how I feel. If we're not drinking them, put them there. You know, you know, this whole thing, I can see that, you know, we live on the west side, the most driest side. That's why they like the landfill in our hometown. You know, what about putting them in Kaneohe or someplace? Why? Because the ground's there wet? That's the whole reason why we're here. We're the driest place, and that's where they like the landfills be. You know, like I said, I'm here for fight for our kupuna and fight for my grandkids and the kiki because they cannot fight right now. You know, it's you guys' decision, the city's decision. I mean, it's the health department's decision to regulate all this. You know, I probably going to come back again and address the same thing to you guys. And I strongly stand on what I say. I
Thank you.
I live in Nanakuli all my life. Thank you.
Thank you. Stay there. Anything further, Mr. Saito?
Yes, if I could follow up. So my understanding of your response was, if we're not going to drink the water, if we don't have a plan to use it, then that would be okay. But if we have plans to use the water, that may not be a good location for the landfill. Is that a accurate understanding of your response?
You know, it gives and take, you know. If we're not going to drink it, there's another place to put it. I've been drinking bottled water for a long time. I'm not drinking out of my pipe. In the old days, we could drink out of water hose. But I don't drink out of my water hose, and not even my kids. I buy water. But, you know, our air is polluted. Whatever we do, our grounds is contaminated. Our ocean is contaminated. Whatever the landfill bring in and dumps in the ground is contaminated. So how are you guys going to prevent in something being contaminated and make it better for all of us? Never going to happen. So right now, we the Nanakuli, like I said, I live in the middle of two landfills. We've been taking a brunt of the city landfill since 1985 or 87 when they came in. We're, you know, out of school that time and everything. But I remember the first day they came in our backyard. I remember the first day that they started Waimānalo. My uncles was the one that went prepared there. And there was some strange things happening when they went. I don't know if you guys know. Machines are starting up at Waimānalo Gulch, jumping in holes. I'm not too sure if you guys know that. But I believe that, you know, Akua, be very careful where you put them, you know. All I can say is we need on landfill. I'm not saying that, you know, it closed the landfill. This is all about relocating on landfill. That's what it is. Relocate the thing. You know, we hold the brunt of these landfills in Honolulu on the west side for a long, long time.
Mr.
No,
Werner,
all I'm
that's,
here
that's
saying
that's
that
what we're
give
trying
them
to,
this,
that's what we're trying to do.
Yes, and I appreciate it, you know, that I can come out and I'm here and speak, you know. I may not look like one speaker, but you know, I'm getting kind of used to it, so I can come out and talk and
I just needed to cut you off because
yes,
you go on and
yes.
on. Eh?
He cut me off, but I appreciate it. Thank you.
Okay. Is that it, Mr. Saito?
One last follow-up, I'm sorry.
Okay, sorry.
So I'm not trying to push you one way or the other way. But we're probably gonna be back here again at some point or another. And so the site selection is still in process, right? The city is gonna be considering all of the different places we might be able to put this. And so, you know, your testimony, your input today, I'm sure the city will be considering it. We're gonna try and consider everything on the record through our process. So that's why I'm asking about this BWS no pass zone, because it seems like it could be an issue in the future. So I'm gonna read the definition for no pass zone from the BWS administrative rules. And it says no pass zone means areas in which the installation of waste disposal facilities which may contaminate groundwater resources used or expected to be used for domestic water supplies. So the definition says the no pass zone is areas that are in use or areas of expected use for domestic water. So with that definition in mind, do you have a position on whether or not citing within that definition of no pass zone is appropriate?
Hey, Ed Warner again. If it's a no pass zone, and if it's not drinkable, and if it's to me, I think if the designated area is a no drinking, we're not going to drink it. If there's no other place to put it, I agree to put it there.
That was a very good, succinct answer. Thank you very much. Anything further?
Nothing further. Thank you to
Okay.
the witness.
Thank you. Ms. Kato?
Allison Kato, no questions, thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Seki.
Joyce Tam Sugiyama, no questions, thank you.
Township Chase, no questions.
Thank you. Mr. Werner, thank you. Well, I assume commissioners, did you have anything? We're good. Thank you. Anybody else, Ms. Kwan?
Yeah, we have two more that just raised their hand. Kurt Cavella, would you like to take the floor?
Senator Favela, you're still under oath, but please proceed.
You know, I keep hearing Act 73, yeah? When I was on the Waterland Committee, the reason why we did that was to protect our family. Yeah. The landfill of PVT, I know it's not the subject here, but I'm going to share with you guys so you understand why. They was going to transfer them. Abigail Weinberg Clinic had moved. Clinic was right there by the landfill. Came numerous and numerous of testimony, neighborhood boards, everything you can think of all the health issues that place was causing. But they still was going to expand. They still was going to move forward on it. You guys got to remember two things. Waimānalo Gulch, when they built it, there was no Kualina. No Kualina. None of them was there. When you bought into Kualina, for those areas, you knew the landfill was there. PVT came into a community that was striving, utilizing, taking care of the Aina, and got shoved down their throat with a landfill right in the backyard. So I don't know where the city stands or anybody else stands inside that square building. I will never, ever repeal Act 73 for no reason as a legislator. And I'll fight every single colleague in that building to come over there and drink the water out of PVT River. And then you tell me you want to repeal that act because we, again, cannot do the job that they should have done before everything else. And then going forward, protecting the people. Now, it came out in the federal about landfills. In the area of the landfill, 10 years, 1.5 miles. That's the reason why we had the restriction for Bill 39 of the city. Going forward, 1.5 miles from the landfill, your lifespan from that is less, 10 years less than anybody living in the urban area. I don't like saying, but Hawaii Kai. They have a longer life to live than Hawaii Kai, Kailua. Now you guys got to remember this. A lot of you guys are not that old, but remember dumping rubbish in the landfill above the water park. How much of you guys remember the landfill being above the water park? So again, they didn't move it when they had to move it from Makakilo on the bottom part. They didn't find any place else but further in the west side. And if you look at the statistics, it's all the areas where there's low and low income and poverty income borderline communities. That's where they put landfills. They don't put it where there's, I'm not saying high priced lawyers, they don't put them where all the lawyers are at. Hawaii Kai, Cocoa Head Crater, Diamond Head Crater, all where the attorneys stay, you don't see one of them swifting to have that there.
So Senator, I know you're very passionate about
Sorry, I'm
gonna
done.
have to cut you off.
I just wanted to talk about Act 73. If
Okay,
that's the only thing that they have, commissioners, then they're falling upon deaf ears
thank you.
because we'll never repeal it. As long as I'm in the square building and
Okay,
beyond.
let's see if
Thank
we
you.
have any, hold it, sorry. Any questions, Mr. Hu?
Jeffrey Hu, no questions. Thank you.
Mr. Saito,
I do have a question.
please.
So there's been testimony about Act 73 and its impetus seems to have been to protect, the communities that have been burdened by the landfill, historically. And there have been statements that, you're opposed to a repeal of Act 73. Would you, support any amendment to Act 73 that would open the door to the location of a landfill outside of this area historically used for those purposes?
You know, when I say Hawaii Kai and Kailua and all of that, I really don't mean it. There is no place that should deserve what my family and my nieces and nephews went through with eczema. Anybody know about eczema? Raise your hand. Yeah. Constant eczema. And it was given to the clinic that it was an environmental, not hereditary. So absolutely not. No amendments because I don't think Hawaii Kai, Kailua, Cocoa Head Crater, or Diamond Head Crater should have the burden of what our community has been going through all their lives. And absolutely not.
Thank you. Mr. Saito,
No more questions.
Thank
Thank
you,
you.
Ms.
And thank you to the witness.
yes. Thank you. Ms. Kato,
Allison Kato, no questions, thank you.
Ms. Sukiyama,
Joyce Tam Sugiyama, no questions, thank you.
Mr. Chip Chase,
No questions, Chair.
thank you. Commissioners, any questions? Ms. Carsmith?
Just a quick one. Is it on Act 73, is it mostly the buffer zone that you're concerned about, or is it the conservation district as well?
Well, when we discussed this in Water and Land, it was both. Yeah. Because if we don't protect it and the state don't protect it, who is going to protect it? And that was our duty, not only to protect human life, but with the water and everything else that have to do with it.
Thank you. Snake? Oh, Koike.
Mahalo, Senator, for your testimony. I don't have a question, but I have a comment. All day I've been hearing about Hawaii Kai, Cocoa Head Crater. I just want to give a little bit of historical context. Yeah. Hawaii Kai wasn't named Hawaii Kai until the mid 1950s because Henry J. Kaiser, developed Hawaii Kai or developed Mauna Lua. So it was given the name Hawaii Kai because of that development. But I just want to roll us back to the mid 1860s. Yeah. Mauna Lua was named that area, but previously it was Waimānalo. So I just want that historical context, yeah. If when we're talking about moving a current landfill from Waimānalo to Waimānalo, that all Aina is Native Hawaiian Aina. All Aina is Kanaka Maoli, right? So from the backs of a Native Hawaiian community on the west side of Oʻahu to the backs of a Native Hawaiian community on the east side of Oʻahu. So I just wanted to provide a little bit of historical context for our commission today. Yeah. When we're talking about these things, or when hearing testimonies about these things, what is the historical context? Why was the burden pushed on the backs of Native Hawaiians? It's because historically we were underrepresented in all of those conversations and at the tables. Today we're not. So mahalo, Chair. I yield back to you.
Mahalo.
Chair, just clarification, like I said, no disrespect to no of our community. That's just a reference that we hearing in our community saying that we're not getting the same treatment as the people in the other areas. I don't want this in anybody's backyard. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Mahalo. One more. Who's next? Sorry, I don't remember your name. Would you restate it?
Aloha mai kākou. Yeah, to be again, Demont Kalai Manaole.
Yeah, still under oath. Please proceed.
I'd like to commend brother over there for that. A lot of people don't know that Hawaii Kai is part of the moku of Waimānalo. So, and I'm cognizant of that. The reason why I raised that area over there is because traditionally I grew up in Kalihi Valley housing, Campbell housing, where we were pushed out of the urban core because my mom and all her siblings and my grandpa and my grandma, they all come from Kaka'ako. And we were pushed out by the powers that be to Kalihi. And then they went open up the homesteads in Waianae and Waimānalo, Nanakuli, and push us out of there. And now all we have left is Waimānalo and Waianae, 96792. So for me, if it's good enough for the powers that be to put their rubbish in our turf, I just say maybe they like a little taste of their own medicine. But nevertheless, I like to say that for a long time, Native Hawaiians have been told, stand down, Hawaiians, for the greater good of the community. It's always like that with us. Every time we got to stand down for the greater good of the community. But we suffer for the greater good of the community, and we have never been given the give back for that. So we get bitterness. I find it ironic that I'm over here supporting the expansion or the extension of the site selection in bed with these guys over here. This is crazy. You know, for us in the Native Hawaiian community, we loathe government. Government has never been kind to us. You know, only recently we got 600 million to build homestead. But that is pennies compared to what we actually need. But we need to be able to have them extended, because if not, they cannot tell me. And when the question was asked to this guy about PVT, if the landfill closes, if none of that stuff go into PVT, he cannot guarantee that it would never happen. Because all it takes is a government emergency proclamation, a governor's emergency proclamation, and they're going to be shoved down our throat in PVT. We vehemently oppose PVT. And I'm going to continue to vehemently oppose PVT because of the damage that it's doing to our Native Hawaiian community in the immediate area. So, you know, we cannot continue to use Waianae as a dumping ground. Something else got to happen. I can tell you what may happen. There's going to be a breaking point where the people are just going to say enough is enough. You know, Waihole, Waikane, if you guys remember in the 70s, you know, West Side, only easy for that happen. And we don't like that happen. So here our plea, please extend them to find another site. But at the same time, you guys get on duty, bro. Right over there when talk about you guys meeting, no, not him, the guy over there at the end, Chip. What his name? That brought over there, very articulate. By the way, just for the record,
He's referring to Mr. Chip Chase.
yeah. By the way, for the record, Chip Chase. Okay, Cage and Suits tried to get the Attorney General's office after me at one time, and I won that beef between you guys. No, but he's talking about keeping to your promises. I support what you're saying. They gotta keep to their word. So yeah, I'm gonna come over here and support an extension. But don't take our kindness for weakness. You have a duty. I noticed, Mr. Hu, you had a lot of problem answering a lot of the questions, and they raised a lot of good issues. You gotta come with your science. You know what I mean? You gotta do your homework before you come. You know what I mean? So anyway, that's my manao on that.
Thank you, sir. Please sit for questions. Mr. Hu, you have a question?
Jeffrey Hu, I have no questions. Thank you.
Mr. Saito?
No questions.
Ms. Kato?
Alison Kato, no questions, thank you.
Tsukiyama?
Joyce Tam Sugiyama, no questions, thank you.
Mr. Chip Chase, you can't be quiet.
Cal Chip Chase, no questions, but I'm certain that wasn't me in the case you referred to.
My odds are that it was you. So, commissioners, anything for, Commissioner U'u?
I just wanted to make one comment. So everything you just said earlier is exactly what I'm thinking. You guys get on duty for the community. It's my second meeting as a commissioner. And I get on 4-year term. I'm hoping not to see you guys for my 4 years of this term. You guys get on duty. You guys get on obligation. You guys not volunteers, by the way. I hope you guys do these people who testifying not a favor, just do your job. Come back with answers when we see questions. We gotta have that. So I'd like to thank the community for coming out, giving us clarity on what we're talking about and what goals we all try to achieve. So I hope you achieve your goals. Let us know how we can help you achieve your goals. But please do your due diligence before you come here, because time is valuable. And the years you guys spent on this to the outcome of where we are today is shameful. It's shameful. So I wish you the best in the nicest way. Hope to not see you guys all the time here. Hope the extension is exactly that, an extension of a little bit of time, because you still got to go develop the site. So good luck to you. Thank you guys for testifying. And you pretty eloquent too, Hawaiian over there. Aloha.
Maupopo ihaoi. Aloha.
Hello, for the comments. Commissioners, anything further? Quickie.
No questions for the testifier, but I just have a comment. Just mahalo to the community, mahalo to the testifier. And yes, you are heard. So mahalo, mahalo, mahalo.
Thank you. Okay, any other public testifiers? Fine, so now it's time for, let me thank all of the community witnesses today. You really added a dimension that we need in these hearings. And I want to give you the sense that we hear you, we listen to you, and we really appreciate you coming forward. It's not easy sometimes, but we hear you. Closing arguments. So petitioner, do you have any further comments you want to make at this time?
Jeffrey Hu, I don't, I think I've laid out everything in my opening, and so I have nothing further. Thank you, Chair.
Mr. Chip Chase, do you have any closing argument you'd like to make?
Chair, I believe in terms of the argument and our position, I've set them out. I do, with respect, have one minor correction on the prior decision. It wasn't based on the time estimated left in the life of the landfill, which would have gone beyond 2028. It was based on the time from that point necessary to site a new landfill so that Waimānalo could close. Thank you, Chair.
I will beg to differ with you on that point because it was a major point that I researched in the record of the Planning Commission for the city and county. And there were representations exclusive of what was on the record that there was extensively more time available in that landfill. But in terms of the evidence that we had to deal with, the latest evidence in the record was 2028 it would close. It would be full.
We can respectfully disagree on that point,
We
Chair.
will respectfully disagree. Thank you. Intervener Schnitzer, anything further?
Joyce Tam Sugiyama, nothing further, just that Schnitzer Steel, supports the request for an extension of the
That's
deadline.
clear. County, anything further? Where did I go?
Nothing further, thank you.
And OPSD, anything further?
Asinkata, nothing further, thank you.
Yeah, I'm gonna give the petitioner one last shot. Anything further?
Jeffrey Hu, thank you, Chair. Nothing further. Thank you.
Okay, so now we go into deliberations on the motion that's before us. Commissioner, the chair will entertain a motion regarding how the commission should proceed on this matter. Commissioners, what is your pleasure? Commissioner Miyasoto.
Chair, thank you. Miles Miyasato. I would also like to thank the testimony from the public. And in light of the testimony, the positions of interveners, our governmental agencies, I'll be inclined to supporting the Planning Commission's DNO with one concern. There's been a huge public outcry for oversight in all of the previous public testimonies, in all the meetings throughout the years. So I would also like to add into condition number 2, if it be the pleasure of this body, that they also report to the LUC quarterly.
So if I understand I'd like to put that in the form of a motion. So let me see if I can say it back to you and you can agree or change it. You'd like to move in support of the motion before us to grant an extension to find a new landfill, which would be to the end of December of 2024. And you'd like to add to that a condition of quarterly reporting on progress reporting to the LUC.
Correct, Chair. Thank you for that. And motion open for discussion.
Yes. Do I have a second to motion?
Second.
Seconded by Commissioner Kamakela Ohelo. So I think the move on actually expressed his rationale for making the motion. Did you want to add anything to that, which you've already said?
Miles Miyasato. No, Chair. Thank you.
Okay, great. Commissioner Kamakela Ohelo, did you want to elaborate on why you seconded the motion?
Mahalo, Chair. I moved because the testimonies today from the members of our communities, as well as given the fact that December 31st, 2024 is creeping up on us. Yeah, I don't think we can wait another 6 months to hear back from the petitioner.
Totally agree. Anybody else want to comment on their, Commissioner Lee?
Yeah, I appreciate the community and the interveners making reasonable accommodations because it's not an easy situation for anyone. I just have a question on the quarterly reporting. In practicality, that just means 2 more reporting. Would that be merely forwarding what they already are required to do at the Honolulu Planning Commission, or would they have to appear here in person?
I don't interpret it to be in person. We're looking for progress reports. I would presume that whatever's presented at the quarterly meetings that they've agreed to with the city and county and the planning commission of the county, we would get a copy of those presentations.
Thank you. I would agree to that. Thank you.
Anybody else want to comment on the motion?
Chair, if I may, this is Jeffrey Hu. Sorry.
Let
I believe the
me
planning,
Go ahead.
thank you. Jeffrey Hu, I believe the planning commission's conditions are for in-person, reporting. And so, I'm not sure if we would have a, something written down.
So we'll either get you the transcripts of that presentation or copies of any exhibits and evidence that you put on the record.
Understood, Jeffrey Hu, understood, thank you.
That's the expectation. Yeah, just don't want to be in the dark.
When is that? I mean, we're
Quarterly.
practically in the last quarter, so.
Yeah, do you have anything scheduled, Mr. Hu?
Mr. Hu, do you know when that meeting with the commissioner, the planning commission will be?
Jeffrey Hu, I do not. I just assumed that the planning commission will set it in one of their agendas going forward.
Mr. Chief Chase, do you have any clarity when it will occur?
I don't have any clarity as to the scheduling. My expectation is that it would be Q3 and Q4 as we have 2 remaining quarters. I would say I'm a little concerned that we're relying on the planning commission to schedule it. I would think that E&V has an affirmative obligation to comply with its conditions and therefore it should request particular dates.
I would agree with that. Mr. Hu, does that make sense to you?
Jeffrey Hu, yes, yes, thank you.
So the summary of what we just discussed is that the expectation is there'll be a Q3 and a Q4 report. And the date of those would be as requested by EMV to the Planning Commission of the City and County of Honolulu. And that whatever is presented on the record or the transcripts of what happens would be shared with LUC.
I just wanted to make sure that the motion maker was okay with that being not in a meeting.
Yeah, Miles Miyasato, I'm fine with that. Thank you.
Yeah. Okay. You're good with that? Yeah. Okay, think further. So the chair is going to support the motion as amended. The motion with the additional condition for reporting. I think it's a great motion and I think it makes sense. I am concerned how far we'll get in the next 5 months, but I wish you all the best. And as Commissioner Oʻahu said, it's a duty, it's a job, get it done, and let's move forward. Okay. Anything further? Commissioner O'Hara?
Since we're having open discussion, that's just for the record. I just wanted to also share more historical context.
Please.
Several times today during our hearing, a special cultural site was referred to as Cocoa Head. However, historically and as articulated and identified in numerous Nupepa, Hawaii, the historical name of Cocoa Head, as we know today, is Kohe. Now, that comes from a story or stories of Pele's travel throughout Hawaii. So just consider, that when the county is considering sites, its cultural significance. I mean, for instance, the definition of Waimānalo is sweet water. So all of the discussions today about protection of wai and water and how it's our most precious resource, living in the very center of the largest salt bowl on this planet. Please, I implore you to consider all of the cultural impacts of all of the decisions you guys make. So, mahalo, Chair, for the time that you had back.
Thank you so much.
Chair, I want to make a comment. I'm going to support the motion, but, you know, I had a lot of questions. I had a lot of questions for Mr. Wu. I had some questions for Mr. Babcock. I'm excited to find out what's going to be reported, not only to the planning commission at the city, but what's going to be reported to the land use commission, with you having so little time to find a new location. I'm excited, just to let you know, and appreciate the Kanakas that came out from Nanakuli and from the west side. Appreciate you guys coming out here, Senator Favela. I know there's been an issue for many years, but yeah, I'm kind of excited. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Mr. Horndecker, take a roll.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The motion is to grant the request to extend time to designate a new site for the landfill, and add into condition 2 that the petitioner report to the LUC quarterly. Commissioner Miyasato.
Aye.
Commissioner Tamakea Ohelo.
Aye.
Commissioner Kahele.
Aye.
Commissioner Carsmith.
Aye.
Commissioner Lee.
Aye.
Commissioner U.
Aye.
Commissioners Yamane and Hayashida are, Yamane and Hayashida are abstain, excused. Commissioner Giovanni.
Aye.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The motion passes unanimously.
Thank you. And thank you all for coming forward and making the time today. I got a feeling we'll see you again, not too distant future, but we wish you all the best in your efforts, your job to find a new site. It's currently 11:40. I'm going to take a lunch break at this time, and we'll come back at 12:30. Hey, here we go. Are we back on the record there, Ariana? Okay. 12:30, we'll come back in session. Hope everybody had a good lunch. And thanks again to staff for providing lunch for the commissioners. Appreciate it. And I'm actually going to take another thing out of order. I'm going to make a specific request for lunch for our next meeting. At our next I don't need a motion. I can just ask, huh? What? At our next meeting, we'll be held in the area with limited access to restaurants, and the commission intends to work through lunch. I would like to request that the staff arrange for lunch to be provided to the commission to facilitate the meeting.
Yes, sir.
Thank you. Okay, now we'll go to what was originally our fourth order of business.
Chair.
Yeah, I do.
I think that might be what he's about to remind you.
Is he going to remind me of that?
Perhaps.
Yeah, because I'm an airhead for sure.
No, you're not, Chair. Just a reminder, if we can have a moment of silence due to the day today for Lahaina people.
Yes.
Thank
So today's the 1-year anniversary of that event. So let's take a moment of silence in memory of the people that were most affected. Thank you. Okay, originally the fourth order of business, and it'll be our final order of business today, is related to funds and authorization for executive officer salary adjustment in fiscal year 25 by the LUC. And I want to start this. This is primarily informational, but it's a very much a learning experience for all of us, myself included, because it's a pretty dynamic situation. And I want to try to explain that from my perspective to everybody, what's been going on, and then we can just go from there with open discussion and whichever way we may want to lead it. But I want to start by referring everyone, all commissioners and staff, to section 205-1, which is called Establishment of the Commission. It's HRS 205-1. And there are 4 parts to that, A, B, C, and D. So, pardon me, A, B, and C, 3 parts to that. And I want you all to familiarize yourself with that if you haven't, because I think it's relevant. And in particular with paragraph C. In fact, I think it's so important, I'm going to read it for the record. Just take a minute. So the commission may engage employees necessary to perform its duties, including administrative personnel and an executive officer. The executive officer shall be appointed by the commission, and the executive officer's position shall be exempt from civil service. Departments of the state government shall make available to the commission such data, facilities, and personnel as necessary for it to perform its duties. The commission may receive and utilize gifts and any funds from the federal or other government agencies. It shall adopt rules guiding its conduct, maintain a record of its activities and accomplishments, and make recommendations to the governor and to the legislature through the governor. Now, this is the paragraph that governs or directs us as a commission to build a staff so that we can do our work, and in particular, the executive officer. And this has, I'm not an attorney, and so there are things here that I don't know how to directly interpret. And I've been in a conference with, over the last 3 weeks with the deputy director of DBED. And you guys know that LUC is a part of the DBED family of agencies and boards and commissions. And he's not an attorney either. So we've been trying to interpret this. And it boils down to one key word in the first sentence that can be interpreted in different ways. And that's really where we've been focused. So I'm going to read that first sentence again. The commission may engage, engage, and that's the word, employees necessary to perform its duties, including administrative personnel and executive officer. So the question is, what does engage mean in a literal or a legal sense? I mean, and so the discussions among us non-legal people, does it mean authorize? Does it mean it has the discretion? What does it mean it has the, the independent authority? And I can't answer that explicitly. So I'd like to ask Ms. Goldman, would it be possible, Ms. Goldman, to get a legal opinion in lay terms for us commissioners of how to interpret this paragraph, and in particular, how to interpret that word engage?
Yes, that would be possible. Pardon me. Yes, that's possible. We would prefer to have a request made in writing to our office, and then it will be assigned, and addressed appropriately.
So a request what?
A request in writing to
A
our,
request in writing. So that would come from me, the chair?
either you or you through staff or from staff.
Okay.
And if you are working together with the deputy director of DBED, you may want to discuss with him whether he or she wants to be a part of the request as well.
Oh, okay. That's good. Any idea what kind of time frame you would need opinion for us?
It really depends. If the opinion will affect DBED department-wide, then it would probably not go to the division of the AG's office that I am in. So I'm unable to say. For hours, I think usually about a couple months, a month or two maybe, depending on the nature of the request.
So, in my own mind, I'm prepared to make this request on behalf of the commission, just to get the clarity that I like. Do any of the commissioners want to offer guidance or comments back to me on this topic? Commissioner Lee?
Thank you. I'm not sure what is the question you're trying to ask? Is it about autonomy or,
No, it's a question of methodology. So for example, I have learned that we're one of a few commissions or boards that actually employs its executive officer by way of a employment agreement. I don't know if that is appropriate or not appropriate, or if there's a different vehicle, but it's done under this language that we're entitled or authorized to engage and to do something like that. So that's what's driving it for me.
yeah, I mean, that question has come up in other agencies, and I've heard different answers. And there's what's on paper, and then there's what is in practice, theory versus practice. And sometimes the saying is that the difference between theory and practice is that in theory there is no difference, but in practice there is, right? So the bottom line is, well, what has come to is that who controls the money?
Well, that's a different subject.
No, it is different, but that's the practical. Is that a lot of times, even though
What do you mean by control?
that a lot of times the director, and this has happened in other departments I'm aware of, Department of Labor, where the language says one thing, but in practice, if the director is unhappy, they can decide not to provide the funding. So it's sort of an unspoken thing, and it's not the best way to do things. But although you may have the authority to do it, if the director is not happy with how you exercise your authority, you're not getting the funding. And so, that's what I'm saying, is that sometimes there's a difference.
I don't follow you.
I guess we'll find out.
No, I mean, I don't understand the way you describe it. Who controls what? So the simple interpretation I have is that by 205-1-C, the commission itself has the responsibility and the authority to build a staff to do its job. Is that correct?
I guess it's kind of like your parents say it's up to you, but then if you don't do what they want, you're going to get kicked out of the house. So that's all that's the best way I can describe it.
So who's the parents in this one? The commission?
No, the parents is the directors and the governor's office,
Oh, when you say director, you mean
the department director.
the DBED director?
Right.
Okay. So, Mr. Kayale.
I got a question, Chair.
Yeah.
So what the Attorney General, the Deputy Attorney General is asking that we submit something in writing regarding the definition of engage,
That's my question.
or may engage. The commission may engage.
So the strict language is the commission may engage employees necessary to perform its duties. Do I substitute may hire employees, may contract with employees, or is it all of the above? I don't know.
Mr. Chair,
Go ahead,
may I?
Mr. Orndale.
I think that a lot of the questions that you're asking are handled by section 1515-07 of our rules, which provides that the executive officer shall be appointed by the commission to serve as the administrative head of the commission staff and have duties as prescribed by the commission. The executive officer shall be directly responsible to the mission and commission and shall have control of and responsibility for the execution of the commission's policies, the administrations of its affairs, and the appointment and supervision of its personnel, subject to the commission's oversight. From time to time, or as requested, the executive officer shall furnish the commission members with such information and make such recommendations as shall be necessary to affect the purposes of the commission and for the proper administration of its affairs. The executive officer shall develop annual budgets, authorize and certify payrolls, requisitions, invoices, and other documents essential to the proper administration of the commission.
1515 what?
07. 07, and it's on the website if you want to look it up.
So I guess that's why my question, Chair, was, what is the actual question? Because, you
So
know,
my
is it
actual
just,
question is not the one that he just answered.
is it, can you do an employment contract? Is it,
No.
or, you know, is it, can you determine the salary? Is that the question?
Yeah, it's all of that. So what, I mean, that, what was just read was defining the duties, and the one word in there that kind of cross-connected with this paragraph was that we could appoint. Okay, so that's another way. We can engage, we can appoint. All of that could mean, in a broader sense, that we can execute an employment agreement to, in effect, retain an executive officer to do the duties which was just described. I'm just looking for confirmation that we can do that at this point.
I just think you have to be a little bit more specific with your question, just because sometimes they'll just not understand what you're asking. And because the legislature makes a budget, it may or may not limit what we can do. So that's
a
part of it.
separate question. I think that's a legitimate question, but it's a separate question in my mind. So I'll take on your advice of being very careful, to be very clear about what I'm asking. But I can assure you that just based on the communications that's been going on, there is no common, clear understanding of what these things actually say among the people that are trying to implement them. So it leads me to, so I will draft something and submit it to you. And it may come directly from me or it may come through staff, but we'll get that to you.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. So, on the more specific questions having to do with, compensation and performance evaluations, et cetera, budgets, it kind of divides into, in my mind, into two topics. One of which was the subject of the letter that was received it was issued July 19th, and it was signed by both Director Tokioka and Deputy Director Wicker. And Ariana, you did distribute copies of this letter to all commissioners, correct?
It was emailed to all commission on Friday. I believe that was August 2nd.
Chair, you know, I have to speak out about that. You know, although it was addressed to all commissioners on the 19th, we didn't receive this until August 2nd. And that, you know, I don't think that's right that when there's communication to all of us, that it's withheld and not given to us immediately. I feel like we're not able to make decisions, and it shows a lack of transparency when that happens.
I don't think there was any attempt to hold it back from anyone. This is a letter that was sent, not specific. It was one copy of this letter addressed to me, but my understanding is the identical letter was sent to all the agencies, commissions, and boards that are part of DBED.
Chair, on the bottom it says all board members. So to me, we should have got this immediately, and we did not.
Okay, point well taken. So I don't know what the delay was between when it was received and August 2nd. Is there an explanation for that, Ariana?
I'm not quite sure exactly what was dated on the letter, but we didn't receive the email until the evening before the commissioner training, and we were all at Foreign Trade Zone those 2 days. So I was unable to process the letter accordingly. And then I think after the commissioner training, I had a lot of notes of things that I needed to send the commission. So it was an oversight on my part because I was a little, I had a lot to do in a sense. It wasn't that I was withholding anything in any way. My bad.
No, I don't think, I, I didn't mean that this was something that Ariana didn't, respond to quickly enough. It was the assertion that was made that this was just to the chair, when throughout the letter and at the bottom, it was clearly to all of us. So I just want to make that clear.
Well, it wasn't, it was a letter that was addressed to the chair with a copy to all commissioners. That's different than addressing the letter to all commissioners. So
I don't want to belabor the point, but the very last sentence says, looking forward to working with you all and having this process in place very soon. So
Yeah,
to me, that means he's communicating to all of us, but
it could be, or it could mean all the chairs, because the same letter was sent to all the chairs of all the commissions and all the boards.
Chair,
Yes.
please. Yeah, when I heard about the letter and then asked you about the letter and you said, no, it's to me, so you weren't going to be sharing it.
I didn't say that.
You said the letter was written to you.
I didn't say I wouldn't share it.
Okay, that might have been inferred, but
I must have been inferred because I
Yeah.
didn't say it.
I mean, that is what created the questions, of wanting more information. Why is this being withheld? What else is being withheld? Things like that. And Ariana is like the queen here. So I in no way think that you should take responsibility for that delay.
I think it was a delay. There was no intent to withhold anything.
yeah, I don't think this letter was just for everybody because it specifically talks about stuff that we did as a board in passing salaries that were higher. So this letter was very specific to us.
So let me say that based on my verbal communications with the author of the letter, the driver for it was the inconsistencies that exist among the boards that are part of DBED. And the instances of issues raised with budgets and amounts authorized and how those came to, it's a common issue across boards. It's not only specific to this commission. So if you're interpreting this letter to be narrowly focused on LUC and the actions that were taken at our June meeting, I think in my opinion, you're interpreting it incorrectly. In fact, I think my understanding is that the department under the deputy director is in the process of developing a process and a protocol for budgeting on a going forward basis and for performance evaluations on a going forward basis that is consistent among all those different commissions and boards. So I don't think it's a unique issue for the Land Use Commission. I think it's a common issue across that. Now, if you guys, that's my opinion based on the interactions I've had over the last 3 weeks. You guys are entitled to do your own research and contact these people on your own if you want to do so, if you feel differently.
Chair, I'm going to have to say that I did talk to the deputy directors, and they did confirm my reading of the situation. And it also speaks to why, since I've been on the board, I've consistently asked for more information, such as budgets, evaluations, employment contracts, which were never given out before. and which I was, which the previous board fought me for. And now then I find out that we weren't given information that would have helped us, that that the department even recommended that we do. That's why I'm a little bit, you know, skeptical, because those are the kind of information that wasn't freely given out and which I asked for. And now it turns out that I had good reason to, and we still weren't given accurate information. For example, we were told that we can only give the bargaining unit amount, but when you look in the employment contract, it says that we can recommend higher or lower.
That's correct.
That's not what we were told by you, you know, and some of these numbers, we should have seen these budget sheets when we did our evaluations and our salary considerations, but these were not given to us even though they were available. So I think that whole process was tainted and should be reevaluated.
So I think the process is being reevaluated, and it will be defined in pretty specific terms going forward. So for example, the line item in question, the relevant line item in question in the budget that I now understand is the look ahead year payroll number for the executive officer from a budget perspective. So that line item, maybe Mr. Orendecker, you could explain to us how that number came to be on a year-to-year basis in the past.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I have to agree with Commissioner Lee that sometimes this is the tail wagging the dog when it comes to these budgets. Because the way they work is that we send all our information to the director's office, who then approves the budget, and the DBED director's office, who then approves the budget and then sends it on to B&F. It is not uncommon for B&F to use
Could you
its
not use acronyms, please?
the Department of Budget and Finance. It is not uncommon for the Department of Budget and Finance to, for lack of a better word, reevaluate all of the personnel numbers to create a more, for lack of a better word, palatable budget. It's been 10 years of my complaining that the budget that comes through doesn't have the proper numbers on it for, not just for me, but for staff. We got close 2 years ago, and the first year's budget of the biennium was correct. Second year biennium budget was not correct with regard to all of the personnel numbers. But anyway, so we submit our budget to B&F, and in our case, our budget is very simple because it's just personnel and money to support travel and office supplies and things like that. So, you know, we don't have programs where we're allocating different budgets to and things like that. The number is BD 144DA. That budget has two sections. One is the personnel costs, and the other is what we call other expenditures or our operating costs. And our operating costs have not changed. I have not changed our operating cost request in 9 years. It stayed static. I don't have any input into the request that is made for personnel costs. The Department of Budget and Finance does that. I send down what our actual numbers are, and then they do what they want. So, I mean, there was a period of time before the pandemic when our payroll numbers were so far off it wasn't even funny. But Director Tokioka seems to have corrected that 2 years ago, and now we're close. But every organization is suffering from this problem. There's a lot of money that gets moved around to cover personnel costs. And I apologize if in any way it seemed like we were hiding the budget from the commissioners. We were just never asked. I personally was never asked for it, but it's also public record, so.
Yeah, that, to me, that's why, I think anyone who runs a business knows you need a budget, you need to see the employment contract, and you need to see evaluations in detail and expectations, and that stuff was not done. And I resented the pushback that I got for asking for stuff that is standard procedure, and I'm glad that this is going to be corrected going forward. And, it really gave me the impression that people were just trying to ramrod things through and doing things unfairly and being not transparent. So that's where I came from, and it's nothing personal to anybody. It's just how you do your due diligence, and so that if anything happens, you can say that you did your best and that you covered yourself. But not doing those things to me is not excusable.
So I want to comment on one other remark you made, which was that I personally misinformed you about the term of the employment agreement when I represented that my understanding of the employment agreement was that there was virtually a quote unquote guarantee to get for the executive officer to receive the amount that was approved by the bargaining unit, and that we could go different than that, but that was the minimum. You are correct. That was my interpretation, or not interpretation, that was my understanding, and I was wrong. And I did represent to this commission that our options were such. So I will agree that is exactly, you're exactly correct, that was the understanding that we had at the time.
Thank you. I appreciate that. Which leads me to a question. What is the advantage of an employment contract? Because it looks like it's still at will,
So to me, well, I'll give you my opinion. It's about incentive. You want to send a message to an employee. I mean, the equivalent is pretty much in the sports world where you see it more common, right? You want to send, you want to send a message that we want your services on a going forward basis, and we value you. And because there is, in the absence of an employment contract, is uncertainty. And so if you want to send us the stronger message to a particular employee through an employee agreement, you can do that with term, or you can do that with compensation or benefits. But that's the reason, is to set an incentive.
Yeah, I mean, I've seen some state contracts where they have a buyout clause if you're terminated early, and that's not present in this contract. So I'm wondering, I only see a disadvantage compared to if you were a civil servant. I don't see any advantage in this other than just the moral support. It doesn't.
Well, it is at will, but I mean, I think that's a bit of a hurdle to take that step. And there's some, I mean, I'll let Mr. Orndecker speak to it if he'd like to, but what is the value to you to have an employment agreement?
I think the chair has stated it quite appropriately. I mean, there's some security knowing that the commission would like me to be around for X number of years. And I understand that I'm an at-will, even a baseball player is an at-will employee, So,
Yeah, but Tua gets a $150 million guaranteed contract.
I understand the slight monetary difference, but there was an incentive. I mean, when I first started, I was given a contract. That contract expired, and then the commission fell apart. We didn't even have a commission for about 2 years after the law changed. And then when the commission came back and I worked with them for a year or two, they decided to do this contract again. I started out with a contract, and then it disappeared, lapsed, whatever you want to call it. And then after the commission reformed, I was given another one. I understand that I know that, and I strive to do the best job I can for all commissioners every day. I think that to a certain extent, you are correct, Commissioner Lee. I think that if there had been an opportunity to discuss the budget itself a little bit more when the decisions were made about my contract, it might have alleviated some concern. On the other hand, in 13 years as executive officer, nobody's ever asked me for the budget. So, that was new. And as I said, I was not directly asked for it as part of the proceedings.
I did ask for it last year when I first started, but I didn't participate because I was new. So when I first started, before the vote, I said, "Hey, is there a budget?" And I recall the chair saying, "Oh yeah, there is, and then there's enough money." And since I didn't participate, I didn't go into it any further. But this year when I voted, I explicitly did ask for that budget.
I apologize for that if there was a misunderstanding. And I'm more than happy to share the budget going forward with the commission at all times. I mean, as soon as we get the final budget in June, I will transmit it to the commissioners so they can see what it looks like. All that being said, budgeting in the state is an interesting thing. And I have been responsible for budgets for major corporations in the state of Hawaii, as well as major international corporations. And nobody budgets the way the state does. I mean, nobody handles their budget the way the state of Hawaii does. And when I first started back with the state, this time around, I started asking for our ASO for information and projections that they just don't do. And it doesn't make any sense to me. I mean, that's one of the reasons that we really don't know when we talk about buying iPads. We don't even know how much, because they don't give us projection tables. We don't know how much money we have until like 2 months before we got to expend all the money. And so there's this mad scramble to figure out what we have money for. It's how we got these machines. It's how we got the iPads, and hopefully we'll get the iPads again. The game that's played with a lot of other organizations, including OPSD in particular, is to move money around to hold on to positions and increase salaries that were not budgeted by the legislature. OPSD has maintained its special permits branch by moving money from one place to another. And the only reason I'm talking about OPSD is because we're part of OPSD. So Mary Alice tells me what she's doing. And they move money from one budget to maintain the special plans branch, which is directly contrary to what the legislature was trying to accomplish. And I mean, whether that's right or wrong, I don't know. But I mean, there's a lot of fluidity with the budgets because a lot of agencies and organizations are directed to make their budgets work or to make their programs work within the constraints of the budget. That being said, I recognize that quite some time ago, and we have an overage fund in our personnel section of about $6,000 that I've maintained year in, year out, and the legislature continues to give me to handle situations. Sometimes, for instance, when we hire a secretary or a planner or whatever, they have experience already, so they don't come in at the base rate, which is what the legislature budgets for. So I use that money to give them their step ups and things like that. Also, it should be recognized, and I've only shared this with the chair, is that every time we don't hold a meeting in a month, it's an $8,000 savings. There was a period of time back before the pandemic where that didn't occur. We spent every penny we had because we had meetings twice a month for 2 days. And so that's the way our budget is set up, as if that is going to happen every year, because we have a legal obligation to do that. So there's a lot of, for lack of a better word, flex in our budget. And when we have vacant positions like we do right now, where we don't have a secretary and we don't have a planner 5, every month that goes on, there's a $9,000 savings in our personnel costs. So, and I have to say also, one last thing is that I am very cognizant of my fiduciary duty to this commission. And if the commission recommended an expenditure, including a raise in my salary, that I didn't believe we had it in the budget, I would say so.
Okay, thank you. I just want to add, Chair, that there's probably 4 and maybe 5 of us here who have worked around the state budgets for probably decades. And some of us I know are ERISA trust fund trustees. We're very familiar with trust fund duties and fiduciaries. And so none of this is personal, but we all have a job to do, and we all have to hold each other accountable. The lesson in Bishop of State was that you can't just delegate fiduciaries to somebody. We're all responsible for each other. And if one person gets in trouble, we all get in trouble. So with that in mind, I do have to bring up that I was recently made aware, Mr. Orodenker, that you applied for a job in Maui, and this was around the time of the evaluation and salary discussion in June, but you didn't reveal that to us. Did you? What was the reason for that?
I'm not sure I know how to answer that. I mean, everybody's always looking. I mean, my wife just got a new job and she's still applying for jobs. I mean, it was an interesting proposition. I was urged to apply for it by a number of people. I did not believe I was going to get it because it was located on Maui, but I was urged to do so. I am not one to bargain with the commissioners and say, look, if you don't give me X, I'm going to leave. I don't do that. I mean, if my job performance doesn't warrant whatever's being done for me, then that's that. But I do not do bargaining like that.
No, I appreciate that. And the reason I bring this up is because the position was for a lower salary than you were currently getting. And it was in that same week that we were in Maui, and Maui County had to come before us about the landfill as well as the housing development in Lanai. And so to me, that should have been brought up as a possible even ethics question, because to get that position, you would have had to be, been chosen by the East Maui Water Authority, and then the mayor of Maui would have had to issue a resolution that would have been approved by the city council in Maui. So to me, that raises some issues as to whether that should have at least been disclosed. So, maybe it was an oversight, but I think that was something that should have been disclosed.
With all due respect, Commissioner, nobody does that. And I would not have done that. If you're looking for another job, or if you applied for another job, you don't tell your current employer that you're looking for another job because they get rid of you. And I wouldn't have done that. I never would have done that. I think it's a little disrespectful of me to say that. I do not think that in any way there was any type of conflict there at all. The process was still ongoing. I don't believe I'd even undergone an interview at that point. So I do not believe that there is any implication of my withholding information that should have come out, or that there was any impropriety at all. I take umbrage with that.
No, I appreciate that. It's not that, you would have necessarily had a conflict, but I think it should have been disclosed because you had a staff report, you had already applied, your interview was in the following week, and yet county council people who would have had some effect on your position were coming before the Land Use Commission and making a request. So I think that should have at least been disclosed, but I will take your good faith response.
I would also point out that at the time, I did not know that the position would require county council approval. I had no knowledge of that whatsoever.
Okay,
Chair, I got a question, Chair.
yeah, go ahead.
So the issue that's currently on the agenda, confirmation of funds. So, you know, I may have gotten kind of confused with some of the stuff that was said about why you never did this and why you haven't done that. But is the problem right now that are currently being discussed, and some of the commissioners here feel that they were not being told about stuff that was going on, is the issue about the pay increase that we gave the director, and we exceeded Unit 13, I believe.
So let me see if I can. answer
Yeah,
that
to
question.
bring me back to
Best I can.
where we.
So there's two things going on. There's two things going on. At the highest level within DBED, they want to redefine the process by which the executive office, the commissions are in quote unquote engaging to retain an executive officer. They want to standardize and have consistent processes by which commissions do an annual performance evaluation. They want to implement a common performance evaluation form that is used by all the commissions. They want to implement a budgeting process by which the estimated budget amount for the executive officer in the forthcoming year is more accurate and is more consistent among boards and commissions.
So
that's one thing that's going on, and that's being driven. That's not the
Right.
agenda.
That's
item,
not.
but
Right.
That's
Right.
not the agenda
Okay.
item, but that's what's coming out. The agenda item is the second part, right? So and I'm, you know, this commission's not driving that process. DBED is driving that process, and we're trying to, and in the process of their doing their research, they're finding confusing things, right? So one of the things that, for example, I believe they're thinking about, just based on the conversations I've been party to, is to have representation by commissioners as part of the budget process that occurs in December for the forthcoming fiscal year.
Can you say that again?
Oh, so the issue is not about what we had done several months ago.
We're coming up with that.
Oh, okay, go ahead.
Okay.
Sorry.
So to answer Commissioner Carr-Smith's question, if I understand correctly, and you can help me here, Mr. Renegger, in December of each year, a draft budget is put forth for the commission that for the forthcoming fiscal year that would start 7 months later.
It's actually biennial, so it's 2 years.
Is it 2 years? I don't even know that. It's news to me. So would it be done this coming December for the forthcoming 2 years?
Yes, this is a biennial year. This is this year when it goes for 2 years. In the in-between years, they have what they call a supplemental budget, but we've never asked for supplemental monies.
Okay, so, and to my knowledge, there's never been any direct commissioner participation on that, in that process. Is that right? It's done by staff?
That is correct. And in a large part, I mean, there are a whole bunch of other considerations when the budget is put together. We get budget instructions. The governor gives us, I mean, the governor is looking at the economic data to see what 2 years is going to look like. So, for instance, if a significant recession is coming, the governor will give us instructions that we have to cut our budgets by 10%, 5%, whatever it is. And so that's what the organizations do. The commissioners in the past have not been involved with that because like as I said before, our budget is pretty straightforward. I mean, I can't tell you the exercises that I had to go through with the budget during the pandemic. You know, there was at one point they were talking about cutting the budget by everybody's budget by 30%. So there, from my standpoint, there's two sides to this process. It's my fiduciary duty to the commission and the instructions that I'm being given by the governor's office. And I have to navigate between those two things. I don't enjoy it, and I would welcome any commissioner who wants to be involved in it to join me. I'm not trying to hide anything. It's not a fun process, but I'm more than happy to have help.
You know, Chair, I would,
Wait. I still got some questions.
Mr. Coelho, go ahead.
Chair. Again, I'm just as confused as when a few minutes ago. Okay. And thanks, Dan, for trying to explain to me what the process and what the governor and all of the other guys are involved in this stuff, right? But the issue that's currently on the agenda,
Please hold on that.
it's wait. It's
Okay.
it's not about what we approved in the June, I believe, in a June meeting.
Yeah.
Was it the June meeting, right? So it's not the issue about what we approved. In addition, extending the director's contract and giving them an additional year. It's
No, we do have an issue with that, but we're gonna deal with it in a minute. We have to deal with it. So just.
Okay,
be
all right.
patient, okay? Just be patient, Commissioner Curley, and we'll get to that. Commissioner Lee, you wanted to make
Yeah.
a point.
thank you, Chair. Yeah, I don't think, I agree with, Mr. Orodenker. We don't need to get into the weeds of the budget. That's not our kuleana. But if you feel, and if we feel that we would benefit by having more help, another planner, whatever the case would be, I think some of us who circulate at the legislature could be helpful in assisting you in talking to certain people to make that, argument.
I welcome that, and thank you, Commissioner Lee, for offering that assistance. When we talk about adds to our budget, like another position, it is all about lobbying at the legislature, so I appreciate that.
Chair?
You just one second. I'm
Yeah,
gonna make
go
one
ahead.
statement, then I'll go to you. My clear understanding as of 2 days ago is that the process for how commissions develop, submit, and get budgets approved is being reviewed and is being driven by the DBED staff in cooperation with Human Resources and with the Administrative Service Office. They're working up a process. And the driver for that is to avoid issues like that have come up in this year and to get better because my understanding is that, yeah, our commission has this one problem that we're going to talk about in a minute. But other commissions have had more significant issues in the current year. And that's so they're trying to get this whole thing fixed. So I think in that respect, we need to let's see what they come up with. And then from that point of view, we can decide how active we want to be in that process beyond what they're proposing. Do we want to assign certain commissioners to work on budgets with staff, whatever it might be, I don't know. But let's wait and see what they come up with. And I think it'll be clear long before we get to December, which is only 3 months away. Well, Commissioner Carr-Smith.
Yeah, so I think I heard you ask the executive director how he puts these numbers together, but I didn't really hear what the answer was. And I have a specific question, Dan O, as to how were the fiscal year 25 salary numbers determined?
As I mentioned before, that is one of those things that's out of my hands. Okay.
Well, you must put something in that.
Well, what they asked me for is what our actuals are. And then they do the biennial. I mean, to be honest with you, I send them our actuals and then I say, well, do you want me to put that in the spreadsheets? And they say, no, we'll take care of it.
Who are you sending it to?
RASO.
Or there you go with the acronyms again.
Yeah, our administrative service officer.
So you didn't come up with these numbers for you and all of your staff?
No, I give them what the true numbers are. And this was part of the past argument that I had with them prior to the pandemic. As I mentioned before, Jimmy, our current director at Department of Business and Economic Development, was very good in truing up our budget 2 years ago. What all they asked me for, I actually don't even have the numbers on the actuals on the rest of my staff, the civil service, because as we just revealed, what comes up in the second year of the biennium isn't always what the bargaining unit increase actually was. Right. So every 2 years, I send down what I know our civil service numbers to be, which is sometimes wrong, and they correct that. And I send down what our non-civil service numbers are, Arnold and myself, and then they project the increases going forward. I don't have any input into that. And as I mentioned before, there have been governors who have used the personnel budget, not just for us, but for the entire state, to try and reach the numbers that they feel are necessary for the entire state budget based on the numbers that they get from the economists as to what the surplus is going to be in the next couple of years. So I really, in honesty, being brutally honest, I don't have much input into that. I send it down and then they do whatever they're going to do.
And then they send it back to you, and then that's what you work with.
You know, they don't even send it back to me. They send it down to the legislature and then I have to go dig for it.
Okay, well, there's a budget that was given to all of us. I assume that's what you're working off of?
Yeah, that was the budget that came out at the end of legislative session. And we don't get those numbers because we don't get, what do they call it? We don't get the worksheets until about a month after session ends.
Okay. Here's my issue, and it's just, whatever. So the amount that is budgeted for you for fiscal year 25 is exactly the bargaining unit 13 amount. Yes, it is. And that's exactly what I circulated to you guys and asked you to share with the commissioners. Because if you take your, and again, I'm not into the weeds, but I care about principle. And so if you're making 154, 178, and you multiply that times what we were told after our vote, 3.59, that comes to 159, 713. And that's what the budget amount is.
No, so what he was making was 157, 140, not the number you said.
157, 140.
157, 140 is what he was making. And that's only.
Oh, well, that's then more than what is budgeted.
Yeah.
Oh.
That's the problem.
Oh, okay.
And that's exactly what I was talking about.
Well, I think that's what the deputy director is talking about.
Oh.
That over the last 2 years, the raises have been above the budgeted amounts. And so the budget then doesn't jive for them.
So this is the specific question. Not the last 2 years, just the current year.
When I talked to the deputy, he said it was because of last year as well.
Well, he never mentioned that to me.
Because that was above the bargaining unit as well.
The prior year was above the bargaining unit, but the bargaining unit percent increase is not consistent with the actual numbers in the budget either. So I questioned that and I said, how is this whole thing, reconciled? And the answer is the convention for reconciliation is kind of what Mr. Orndanker was sharing. That the first lever that they use to reconcile any differences is this other line item, which is called other payroll.
Mm-hmm.
And for us, that was $6,000. But AOS, ASO, they don't like to, they'll give you a policy that says, we don't like to use that to solve a single problem. That's to solve multiple kinds of problems. Well, I said, well, how do you solve a problem that's bigger than $6,000? And the answer is, and this is true for counties and state governments as well. Like you see it all over the place. Budgets are based off the assumption that the positions are filled. There's no vacancies. They use vacancy numbers to fix all their problems. So you can go to any police department in this state, and I would tell you that the average is probably somewhere between 20 and 50 vacancies. But the budget is fully funding those. So these police departments are getting between $5 and $10 million of, quote, my word, slush fund to balance their budget or to buy new things that were not identified. If you go to the administrative service office, or if you go to human resources to say, well, we're probably not supposed to do that, but that's the convention that everybody's been using forever and they still are. So,
Well, not to go over this too much more, but for me, it was an issue I felt like it was a bit deceptive to bring that vote to us without any background information. Put the kuleana on a commissioner to have to go try to dig up what the bargaining unit is and was given incorrect information. And nobody bothered to bring up the fact that that's incorrect information that we're voting on. And so it seems like an inaccurate vote that occurred.
so the representation was clearly that the expectation of the bargaining unit increase was on the order of 4.5%, when actually it was 3.59%. And to my knowledge, nobody in the room had the real number and nobody had dug it out ahead of time. I don't know where we got the 4.5% number. I don't remember that. I don't know how it came forth. Does anybody know? Do you
Yeah,
know?
I came up with that information. That was what I was told by a HGA negotiator, but that may have been their
Proposal.
right.
Okay. So our frame of reference was this 4.5%, and the actual motion was 4.5%, or whatever that number actually is, whichever is greater. And that's the motion that passed. So is there money in the budget to accommodate that increase? The answer is yes. And it's by the convention of using the other payroll line item, and if necessary, using this $9,000 a month that materializes as a result of vacancies, which is what all these state and county departments do with salaries, is my understanding.
Doesn't sit well with me, but
I don't think it says, I think that this is, I would suggest that this whole experience is going to lead to a revised and very specific and hopefully very transparent process going forward. I'm not here to defend what.
If I may, Commissioner Carr and all the rest of the commissioners, for a moment, I'm not going to speak as the executive officer, but I'm going to speak as a private citizen. I did budgets at Molokai Ranch. I did budgets at Swarovski International. I have never seen a situation where for political, I mean, obviously everything in the state is political, where for purposes other than making the budget move forward, and it's not just at LUC, but everywhere where they shave off a little bit here and there so that they can balance the budget where they want to get it, and then make it up with funds that come from someplace else. I mean, if I did that when I was at Swarovski, I probably would have been hauled in front of the international court. The difficulty that, and I think it's wrong from the public standpoint, is that there's never a true budget that comes out. There's always less than, most of the time, less than what is necessary for any agency anywhere to operate. And then the agencies are left trying to figure out how to pick up the pieces.
Use the vacancies to do it.
Yeah, and they use the vacancies to do it. That being said, I don't like that either. I agree 100%. And that is why years ago I got this, I don't want to call it a slush fund, but this overage account to handle those types of situations.
Other payrolls.
Other payroll, yeah. I am frustrated. I've had knockdown, drag out arguments with our two different ASOs now on chewing up the numbers, and the response I get back from them is, well, this is what BNF sent back to us. And I'm like, but that's not our personnel costs. And they say, well, that's what BNF sent back. And I agree with the commissioners from an intellectual standpoint that it's a horrible way to do a budget. I think the state should be ashamed of itself. But this is the system that we're working with. And I have no apologies for that. I just have an explanation.
Mr. Kahele, I'm not sure if we've got your question answered or. if you have
Yes, yes, you did most of it, but, you know, I'll just leave it at that. You know, I was just confused because there was so many issues that was discussed, you know, about why I didn't get this, why he got it and I didn't. So no, we're back on track. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Commissioner Miyasato.
Thank you, Chair. You know, I think this was a good discussion topic. I think a lot of people got to express concerns. I guess what just a heads up, what I've heard blowing in the wind, hearing what funds we look forward to using for raises. What's blowing in the wind is admin governor's office is going to look at vacant positions that they can eliminate. So just a heads up, we need to try and fill those positions before they get taken away. That might be coming sooner than later.
I think that's great advice.
So other than that, Chair, are you looking for a motion to defer?
No, the purpose of, I'm not looking for a motion. But I wanted a very robust discussion. I wanted all these issues to come out and I wanted feelings to be expressed. And so, the reality is where we stand right now is that we're looking at a process that is flawed and has been flawed. It will probably continue to be flawed one way or another, but they're going to attempt to redefine the process all the way from performance evaluations through commission actions to budgeting, et cetera. I think we need to stand by and let that unfold over the next few months. The second issue is, do we have a financial problem with the motion that we adopted to give 4.5% raise to Mr. Orndenker? And the answer is no, because we don't have a problem, because this category called other payroll is sitting there and its purpose is to address problems like this. Furthermore, it's my understanding that at the department level, they have other levers that they can use to solve these kind of problems when they happen. I don't think we're going to have to go there. But under any circumstance, I think that on a going forward basis, we'll be much better informed and much more no surprises about how the process works.
If I may, Mr. Chair, some history and why I think this is arising.
One second,
Okay.
so I give Mr. Miyasato a response.
Okay, so are we looking to accept and file?
To do what?
To just accept this communication and file?
You mean the letter?
Agenda item 4 as listed.
Yeah, I think I want to get to the point where no commissioner has further questions on this topic, and then I think we've satisfied it.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, Mr. Hundenker.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Okay,
What are you talking about?
it's sort of a general observation on my part with regard to boards and commissions. Historically, there's been a couple of issues with boards and commissions. One of them is that all of the boards and commissions at DBED are administratively attached. And up until 2 years ago, the position of the administration was that meant hands off. The commissioners get to decide whatever they want to decide from a budgetary standpoint. And that wasn't just with regard to salaries, that was with regard to programmatic monies and all the rest. Like at HHFDC, they get to decide how much money they're going to distribute out and everything else. What began to happen and what we saw at the legislature, and I think this is what Director Tokioka is concerned about, is that at the hearings on the budget last year, DBED's budget last year, the Senate Ways and Means Committee expressed a lot of concern over what was happening with the various commissions, not with so much with the Land Use Commission, but with HTA, with HHFDC, with the agricultural, what do they call it, ADC, where everything was all different and nobody had answers as to why, and there was no performance evaluations to justify what they were doing or anything like that. And so Director Tokioka was reprimanded for that, for lack of a better word. And I think this is his response to try and, as the chair has said, come up with a standardized process for all boards and commissions so that when he goes back to the legislature, because it's not the boards and the commissions that actually defend the DBED budget, it's the director. And so he wants to solidify the process so that when he goes back to the legislature year in, year out, he knows what the answers are, because he, having been a part of the legislature, doesn't want to be embarrassed by that again. And that's respectable. I respect Jimmy a lot for doing that, because no director has taken the bull by the horns in the past. When all of us who serve as executive officers or work with commissions know that it's the wild, wild west of the budget. The commissions as a whole is the wild, wild west of the budget. So what's happening here is that we're being asked to conform to their new process, whatever that, which they haven't defined yet. They've just sort of sent out that letter, from what I understand from talking, and I have talked with other executive directors and so forth and so on, because they're called different things at different places, is this was a heads up. Hey guys, we're going to make you all toe the line. And we want you to know that we're working on this and you should be aware that this is coming.
Yeah, I think that within the next 60 days, we'll see a draft or a final process description that, like I've said, starts with a standardized form for performance evaluations that are to be implemented on the following timeline, and a methodology by which line item budgets for non-civil service employees are specified in the budget, and get approval up through higher levels of DBED. And there may or may not be opportunities for board members and commissioners to directly participate in that process. I, for one, would have no interest in participating in, myself, but others may want to. I may be asked to by virtue of the title I hold, but I don't know what form this thing's going to take. We'll have to see.
And I can assure the commission that when I put together the preliminary budget to send to the director, that if they want to see it, I will distribute it. I think it's clear, right? Okay, you want to see it. I will say that it's not going to be very exciting, because other than personnel costs, which are adjusted annually, nothing is going to change. I mean, we haven't had even though the cost of doing a hearing has gone up by 30%, we haven't gone back and made a request to the legislature to adjust that, because we're not, our calendar going forward is not full. So I don't feel I have justification for that.
Well, also, I think you mentioned previously that we're still we're still capable of having more Zoom meetings.
Yes, and that's the other thing that I was gonna say. If we do, if we submit the budget, I'm gonna stop saying I because I appreciate the commission's involvement. If we submit a budget where our other expenses, operating expenses are static and say next fiscal year, we have, 25 petitions hit us up, then the way we'll handle it is to have virtual meetings so that we stay within budget. And then the following year, we'll ask for a supplement.
Commissioners, any other further comment or question on this issue? We good? I think we all feel a certain degree of displeasure with what we've been going through on this for 3 months. I know I do. But I thank you for hanging in there, and we'll try to get this right. And certainly as such, as we go forward into the next year. So what's the general timing on this budget process historically?
Sorry, I have to laugh. Because, when the director's office says they'll be giving us further guidance in 60 days, they're already asking me to start to prepare the budget.
Okay. Commissioners, anything further? Okay. Thank you. And I will follow up with that request for you, because I still think that's important. Okay, toward the end of this. Yeah, I think this concludes our meeting. Does anybody have any further business to discuss?
I just want to make a statement, Chair. I kind of got lost in the beginning, but thank you for bringing me back to the fold, which that's it coming out. So, thank you again for your patience.
Well, Mr. Kahele, if you understand it, let's take a minute aside and you can explain it to me.
Said I'm back to the fold. I didn't say I understood it.
Very well. I declare this meeting adjourned.